nice. Open mics. Truth only moved when the room got older. Mr. Peppers and Prime on the controls. Welcome to Charlie Chan TV. Three beautiful women, whole panel women.
Oh shit. you're testing. I think we got us a good one tonight, guys. This live, as I just said, was sponsored by Mo Black Man, and it's the conversation intended to spark thought and respectful dialogue. Oh shit. And respectful dialogue. So yeah, man, this is what we're gonna do because, like I said, I can see both sides. Me, I am a tipper because that's what I'm used to. You know what I mean? Like say, and maybe shout out to Mo Black. It is a American mindset. You know what I mean? Maybe it is an American thing, but that's just the way that I came up. But I think both sides have some good quality points. But tonight we're gonna get into it. My thing is by me always feeling like I'm getting overcharged, I don't mind paying extra when I'm getting something that I feel like is worth it. You know what I mean? So there's that. But I don't know, man. We're gonna build on that tonight, man. What y'all think? Let me send out a couple texts and things. I haven't sent out texts in a while, y'all, because I haven't been able to text a lot of people. So I think some people start looking at it a wrong way than I meant for it to look. So I had just stopped texting people altogether. But yeah, man, I think tonight gonna be a good one because now I'm not talking about tipping mangoes. I'm not. That's not what I'm doing here. I'm talking about if you go to a restaurant and let's just say you're used to spending for two people meal you used to spending $100, and you get somewhere and you got meal, good quality food, good quality service, and you spending only $40. I don't think it's a terrible thing to tip $20, $10. You know what I mean? But at the same time, I could also understand the other side. Let me start getting into it. I think Mo Black been waiting on this one because bro put yes, yes with the capital Y and E, and then yes again. So I feel you. I think you're gonna get a chance to come up and state your point of view and things of that nature. And like I said, I don't fully disagree with you because I can see where you're coming from because you can price yourself out of the market. Like I have went to some places out of the country to where they almost look at you in a disgusting type of manner if you're not tipping. Like this ain't what this was when something go from being looked at as a good deed to you expecting it. I think that's kind of take the feeling out of it. Like you wasn't even that good. Like say when me and Prime and say my kinfolk when we went out to eat, man, I had some of the worst service ever, man. Like baby, like she don't even want to be there, and I'm thinking like, man, it's probably so many people here that not only want this job but could do it more efficiently. You know what I mean? So said American culture ruin other countries. I believe so. I believe so. Just like since when is it been okay to go in the club and just throw money in the air? See, but also we gotta look at the mindset of those people that do that. Like they in the club throwing money every 5, 10, even $2,000, but their mama staying goddamn it project housing. You know what I mean? They go to the county hospital. You know what I mean? So we're talking about people that don't make good financial decisions anyway, but I think when it comes to things like that, but as far as where I came from, because I came from nothing, guys, like really, not saying that I'm somewhere to be coveted now, but from where I come from, bro, like ketchup sandwiches and shit like that, it feels good to be able to, tip people and look out on them. But if you're doing the country more bad than you're doing good, is it really worth it? To a large degree, yes, they have gotten comfortable overseas. Yeah, I think so too. Prime. Shout out to my good brother Prime, man. Shout out to my good brother Mo Black and everybody that's pulling up. But I think so too. You know what I mean? They have gotten comfortable, and it get to a point to where they almost expect it. Like you didn't do nothing special. You know what I mean? Like now, if I go from you think you could like who said that? I think he said that. Yeah, right here. The very next comment, he said half-ass service, and then expecting some type of tip is crazy. You know what I mean? That's crazy. That is crazy. 100%. So we're gonna get into it, man. And I'm sure I'm gonna drop the link. I'm gonna try to do it sooner than later tonight because guys, I gotta start getting out of here earlier, man. I think some people pull up at the end just to test me. He said he finna get out of here in 30 minutes. Let's go dog pile and make sure that he stay on for the next 3 hours. And I'm not blaming nobody because when it's good conversation, I thoroughly appreciate it. You know what I mean? So I'm not, but I gotta start like really sticking to a schedule, especially if I plan on doing more of these lives, especially coming back to back to back, like I'm planning on doing. So yeah. I gotta start getting out of here earlier. So I'll drop the link at the probably in the next 5-10 minutes. Danny. What happened when the chick called the cops on you in the DR? Well, nothing. You know what I mean? I don't know. It's either that bitch was good at AI then, and I still got the shit on my phone. It's either she was good at AI then and AI was out. We just didn't know about it. Or it was a hell of a timing because she sent me a picture of the police at the front desk. You know what I mean? And it was what it was. I talked to my homeboy and he like, bro, you're not gonna win out here. Just get a scumbag some bread and send her on by the way, man. You know what I mean? It just is what it is. And turns out it took for me now. Shout out to Unc J and them. They just roasted me on that the other day, which is, I'm an open book, so it is what it is. But turns out it took for me coming out to say that for a lot of brothers to be like, you know what, man, that happened to me too. So it's not uncommon. You just gotta that's why this community is so strong in my opinion, because we got to figure out a way around something like that, especially if we are not those type of dudes, not those type of guys that we just want to go take from. See, we trying to build there. We trying to bring to the community opposed to take away from it. We gotta figure our way around that. Whether having police on the payroll or being able to speak to some type of legal counsel or something like that. But for me at that time, it just wasn't worth it. Like I said, I told my kinfolk, I said, bro, the police might be coming. They need to start packing up. He was like, bro, we could get up out of here. And I considered that because I felt like I let a bitch with an elementary education outthink me. You know what I mean? And that was the worst part of it for me. It wasn't even the money. So yeah. But it is what it is what it is. But shout out to you. I don't know if you just caught that from the other day when Unc said that, or you seen it when it happened live. But bro, I'm an open book, man. That's what the benefit of being a genuine person, bro. Like it is what it is. It's my experience. I lived it and I own it. It is what it is. And with that being said, I was thinking like, damn, the one chick that I was just like, okay, she was like, oh, I'm not on that shit. I'm not that type of girl and stuff like that. Was the main one. Everybody else that was a bread thing involved, I had no problems with, no confrontation. The biggest confrontation that I had was a chick talking about Tipper, which is which is the topic of the conversation tonight. But other than that, I haven't had no issues. You know what I mean? You state what it is, I state what it is, and shit. It's just that we go on about our lives. But with this chick, if I'm keeping it a buck, bro, I felt like she couldn't. She felt like she couldn't compete, so that was her way of like getting her way in or some shit like that. So it is what it is. I'm not really tripping. Show for 2 hours and shut it down. Make it easier to watch later. You know what? I'm going to goddamn I'm going to take your advice tonight because I was thinking about going 3, but I'm going to take your advice. Y'all got to keep in mind, I'm still fairly new to this. You know what I mean? I'm just true to it. That's why y'all getting used to seeing my face. But I think that's what I'm going to do, man. We're going to shoot about 2 hours, 2 hours and a half max. And after that, we're going to shut it down. I even thought about, shout out to you, Mo Black, because that's a hell of an idea. But I even thought about like setting a time limit. And if I went over that time limit, I would have to pay somebody in the comments $100. And there's nothing more. I don't know about you guys, but there's nothing more to keep me accountable than money. Like, say, I had a phone that called a breakaway. This was years and years and years ago, back when Nokia phones was the thing. Yeah, I'm that old. We called it a breakaway because it didn't fail and hit the ground so many times to where it'll just break into like 3 different pieces. I can put it back together and keep going, which is an idea for moving forward. But it wasn't until I spent a lot of money for a phone till I stopped dropping it. You know what I mean? Just saying, a lot of times money is the motivation. DMV, what it do, good brother, man? Hope you being out there. Hope you being safe on the road, man. We just in it, man. Like I said, I'm gonna drop the link in a minute. See what you guys think, man, because this is a predominantly male community. And shout out to the ladies and stuff like that. That's a part of this community. That's a part of this community. And you got to know the women that be over here, they built different. They not like those like snowflakes, not saying snowflakes as in color, but I'm talking about somebody that's just all tender and stuff like that. Like the women over here is all built for it tough. Like Tam, she's soft spoken, sound beautifully sweet, but Tam would get on the motherfucker ass. We done heard it a couple times. You know what I mean? So yeah, but I'm blessed, DMV, man. Appreciate you pulling up, brother. She said that she was regular. Yeah, she did say she was regular, and she even went so far as to try to shit on the women that wasn't in that lifestyle. Now, me coming out of the slums, bro, I don't judge nobody for what they do because, like, who grow up, I haven't met one kindergartner, been around one kid, or even went to one school with a kid as a kid, and heard somebody say, when I grow up, I want to be a scribber. It's just not in the plans, man. So, and we look down on that as a society, but let's just say you're a 15, 16-year-old and as a female and you make a mistake and you get pregnant. I know female that had sex, their first time being intimate, they had a baby. I'm sure they didn't plan for it, but when you go through with it and you had that baby and stuff like that, which is a whole different conversation, we're not going to get into that. But you had that baby, and you looking in that baby eyes, and you see hunger. Scribbling don't sound like that bad of an ideal at that point. So me, man, I try not to judge people, man. So that's not my thing. But she was judging. She like even went so far as to judge, like, oh yeah, that's leather. I was like, what the fuck you mean leather? She meant those were tough. You know what I mean? In a derogatory type of way. So yeah, no, it was what it was. Oh, yeah. You say you think it's over with. Foreigners have grown overly irritated with our president. I give it another year or two. No, I doubt that. Shout out to you, Chris, man. Appreciate you pulling up, man. Shout out to the good the good brother X Pack, man. Good to see you in the building, man. But I doubt that, and I tell you why. I think these places like the big three, well, at least two of the big three, is going to get oversaturated. You know what I mean? I think because it's too accessible. You know what I mean? The barrier to entry is not that high. You know what I mean? And the women are extremely beautiful. You know what I mean? You got people that go out and damn near risk their lives going to a club to holler at chicks. So hopping on the 3 hour flight is not that big of a deal. But going to Brazil, going to Thailand, which they're changing rules in both of those places, and the timing is hella ironic and stuff like that. But it is what it is. I don't think the Pookies and the Ray Rays, they're not going to be catching those flights, those 16-hour flights to get out there. So I think so I think you're right and wrong. Two things could be right at the same time. I think places like the DR is going to get oversaturated. That's just going to be an extension of America in a while. In about another 2 years, like if you go down there and see the development down there, you will be like, wow, that you could really see it transforming before your eyes. That's just like people want to talk about the DR like it's so poor. If you go down there, it looked like Miami in the 80s, bro. It looked like Miami in the 80s. You know what they say during the Cocaine Cowboys days? And it was so much development out there to where they didn't even have enough construction companies to keep up with all of that. So I think that, but then they talk about it so poor. That, like, what is it, a Porsche dealership or a BMW dealership out there on Abraham Lincoln Drive or Lane or Road? It was right across the street from my Airbnb. Luxury car dealership. So when they talk about it as extremely poor, I don't know about that. Yeah, shout out to you, X-Pac. Two-Tone, what it do, my good brother, man? Appreciate you pulling up, man. We're going to get into it, man. And I really want you guys to chime in because we got to check the temperature of the community. And we got to, come to a consensus as a community just because at least over here, we can stand on code with each other. If it's no tipsy now, reason why I say I'm on the fence about it because by that standard, shout out to Mo Black, shout out to by his standard, we shouldn't even look out on the kids that's out there. You know what I mean? You see a little kid that's hungry and stuff like that, man. You shouldn't even look out on them because it creates an expectation. And you guys know me enough to know, man, if I don't think is anything innocent in this world, I think it's kids that are innocent. You know what I mean? So to see kids in famine and they fucked up and shit like that, man, it kind of fucks with me psychologically, especially when I could do something easily that wouldn't affect my day in the slightest bit and affect their day in the biggest way. It kind of fucks with me that I don't. So that there's another topic that we're going to dive into within the subset of, are we ruining these countries by being a generous? Or am I ruining this little kid by looking out on them? You know what I mean? When I go in there and grab me some chicken or something, grab a couple extra pieces for him, am I ruining them? So, but that's the topic of the night. Say, shout out to X-Pac. He said being generous can be a blessing or a curse. I'm talking about in passport targeted destination. Yeah, I think so, Chris. See, yeah. Like I say, two things could be right at the same time. I believe, yeah, bro, I plan on going to Iceland and Norway. I'm not gonna see none of you motherfuckers over there. I know I'm not. You know what I mean? I'm going to the farthest reaches of the earth just because I do like traveling. Some dudes just only travel for box or only travel for women. There's not a time to where I just be taking off. I'm gonna dial that back a little bit because going to the DR is kind of expected. But I'm okay with going some places and chicks not being the center of me going out there. I've been traveling the United States for years, and shit. If you go anywhere different, sometimes it's just as hard to go to a place in the United States, especially like in Cali. Man, I was in Cali and I was buying drinks. Like say, I met some chicks in the parking lot. My homeboy took me to a spot. I'm like, when we get in here, we're gonna get some drinks. And she's like, yeah, I know you're not from around here. I said, why you say that? She said, because niggas don't buy female drinks out here. I said, damn. Ain't no black, more black back then, but the thing about it now, like, damn, I was fucking up the economy out there. And trying to save the folks there in their country. You said brothers got to stop going on vacation and trying to save the folks in their country. Yeah, I get that. I get that. But I don't know, bro. I don't know, bro. Like, because you said that on the back of me saying, like, is it really that bad to look out on a kid that look hungry that's out here? Because now I'm from America. I'm cool with seeing kids out here hustling. Like the water boys, I fuck with them. At least the ones in Minnesota. Because they ain't out there begging. They out there trying to provide a value for some compensation. I'm with that. I respect that all the way. Even if I'm not thirsty a lot of time, I pull up and just peel them off some ducats. Just go fuck it. Because I appreciate the mindset. I want to promote the mindset because guess what? They could be just as easily out here breaking in cars. Just as easily. But they out here in the sun selling cold bottles of water. How can you not respect that? You know what I mean? So, and to see a kid that can't even do that pretty much, like I'm talking about a real child, and to like think like, damn, if I get them something to eat while I'm in here, I'm fucking up the culture, or I feel like I'm trying to save, like, is it? Because once it's over, it's over. I never think about it again. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Like I said, I'm gonna drop the link in a minute, and there's gonna be something to discuss. In Mo Black, I can see you standing strong on that point, but there's got to be some type of leeway in everything. You know what I mean? It's just got to be, in my opinion, at least. But maybe I'm not as cold hearted as you. Not saying that you are cold hearted, but maybe I'm just not. Maybe I'm not built like that, bro. Because if I could see my struggle in these kids, why can't I look out on them? You know what I mean? The old heads used to look out on me when I was little. They ain't fucked me up. In fact, that's what harbored the shit. You know what I mean? Like say when I was younger, the little homie, I was 8, 9, and 10 and shit like that. The big homies would send me to the store with like a $10 bill, get like $4, $5 worth of stuff, and I get to keep the change. Did they fuck me up, bro? I agree with you, man. Living overseas is an opportunity to create a better life. And Mo Black, he's been, like I said, he's been to Colombia and things of that nature. So maybe he's speaking out of more experience than I am. But where I'm at right now in my mindset, I don't think it hurt to look out on somebody if you can, especially if it's a child. You know what I mean? But I also, like I said, once again, I do understand his point of view. He said, ain't no kids starving in the DR. I call big cap on that because kids are starving all over the world. America supposed to be one of the richest countries that has ever existed, and you have kids starving here. Here, it happens every day, bro. I went to school with kids that wasn't eating efficiently. So I doubt that. I don't think I'm gonna read that one. Just because that seems a little weird. Why a kid go through hunger when you can't help it? I agree with that. I agree with that. Watch a kid go through hunger when you could help, and not only you could help, it wouldn't affect you in no type of way. It wouldn't affect you in no type of way. You spend an extra $5, whoop de doo, whoop de doo. You was finna probably give it to a mango anyway, or go in the casino and blow that shit with a couple more dollars with it anyway. I do think that's kind of crazy, in my opinion, but everybody's different. Everybody sees things differently. But yeah, shout out to you, Ron, for pulling up, bro. But everybody sees things differently. You know what I mean? So, like I say, I do see where Mo Black is coming from, but like you said, to me, the way that I grew up in the lack that I went through to see a kid like that I could just help and just like buy some. I'm not talking about taking them up under my wings and raising them like my kid, but if I could just look out on them in that moment, you really telling me that I'm ruining that kid or I'm ruining the community over there? That's kind of crazy when you think about it. But once again, maybe I haven't made it to that level. Maybe I could get so rich or I haven't gotten so rich to where I could see people actually dying of starvation and could do something about it and just go on about my day. Maybe there's a level of riches to where that's just it just flip a switch. Oh, they hungry because they want to be. Which growing up, I've never been hungry because I wanted to be. You know what I mean? Well, yeah, growing up as an adult, that kind of come with. I kind of do well with hunger. Kind of keep a desire alive for me. See, they usually give the money to their parents. The parents don't have noble intentions. Yeah, no, I agree with that. That's why I say I'm buying them food. I go on here and get me a plate and get them a plate too. If you could get some money off the food that I just bought you, go ahead. You know what I mean? Go ahead. But I just don't. I just when you think about it, you know what I mean. So, and I've been in situations to where I have tipped, and you can say it really brightened somebody's day. And I've been in other situations to where I tipped. As soon as I tipped, I felt like, damn, I shouldn't even gave you shit because you don't even seem grateful on it. You know what I mean? And I went above and beyond what I was supposed to do to try to look out on you, and you like more respecting of it. So yeah, no, that's different. But let me say, Charlie, when the last time you donated to kids in the U.S.? All the time, all the time. If I'm around kids, especially like, see, because you got to keep in mind, I have a big family here. I got y'all done seen my nephew online. I pull up. I've been thinking about that for the last couple of days, just pulling up, going to get my nephew and just taking him out to eat. Let him know I fuck with him. He's just turned 12, but y'all done seen him on my live before. You know what I mean? And I was talking to him like they talked to us down south, and y'all made it seem like, damn, how you talk to him rough? Because I called him, boy, hey, listen here, boy, go somewhere and sit down. But that's the way that we was talked to down south. So we grow and we know. I didn't think about it until you guys started pointing it out. But yeah, I grew and I know. I help people in our village all the time with backstory. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, I mean, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. Maybe they take it to some unnoble intentions, and maybe they really, really, really need it. I've lived up here with my mother, like say in Minnesota when we first got up here, bro. We stayed in a shelter, and we really, really needed and appreciated the help that we had. And loads of pass out bottles of molasses and loaves of bread. Yeah. See, but now that I don't know if you bullshit with that, but that's something that I plan on doing in America. You know, like not passing out bread and shit like that, but I plan on like say we give away turkeys, but it's never no turkey drive. Like say we probably come across because you know everything is a play, especially in Minnesota. Come across 5, 6 extra turkeys and just give them to different families. Like fuck it, it is what it is. We don't really care because it was a finesse type shit. And labor when they need it. Yeah, you said buy food supplies and stuff like that. Yeah, for sure, for sure. Yeah, no, I feel you. Well, Black, I'm finna, like I said, I can tell you see, you feel very passionate about the situation, you know what I mean? And I'm not I'm not here to discount. You know what I mean? I'm just here to. That's what I want to do, especially with this platform. I'm not trying to say either side are right or wrong, but for one, it's for us to get on the same level as a community, and for two, to to let people see both sides of the coin. It's not one size fit all. You know what I mean? But I get you. Probably the two guys that's in the best economic status on here is probably you and Chris, like that we know of. And both of y'all is like, man, fuck them kids. You know what I mean? So there's that. And like I say, maybe I haven't made it to that level of wealth yet. And if that's the case, I'm not even sure I want to get to that level of wealth. To get so much bread to I'm no longer compassionate about human beings. I don't think that I want that to be me. If that's the case, man, just give me the regular life. You know what I mean? Because so much of my life was, bro, I'm sitting up here talking to you guys today with a transplanted kidney in me. I'm sitting up here talking to you guys today when my house was on fire and it took some strangers that didn't know me to come get me out of there. I'm a walking testament of what I'm saying. I'm a walking testament of what I live. I'm only alive today because of people's generosity. So to say like fuck generosity and shit like that, to me it just hit different. Yeah. Because when you be at work, you be whispering and shit. You know what I mean? You be trying to stand on business, but when you at work, it's only so much business you can stand on. You know what I mean? No, fuck that. I think they should suffer. Huh? No, we're good. I'm politically correct over here. So yeah, no, I feel you. But we're gonna get into it in a minute. Like I say, we had the 30-minute mark, so I'm gonna get ready to drop the link. Give the homeless to evolve in America. As soon as I see the homeless hell, a sign of send it to my cash. Hey, yeah, for sure, D Kirk. I feel you. Like when they go to talk about, I seen a homeless person that said, why lie? I need beer. My cousin was like, bro, I gotta get him some bread. I said, why? He said, because he kept it a buck. He ain't out here trying to deceive you, man. Go get you some beer, man. You know, think about you will come up. Shout out to my brother Worldwide Navy, man. How you doing, man? Appreciate you pulling up, man. That's my OB right there. Every time I see him, man, I gotta show him love, bro. Real live, solid brother in the space. You say you donate to go Goodwill, but that's a play too. Like I said, I used to volunteer at the Salvation Army here, and that's a play, bro. That's a play. Like say, I wouldn't donate it. Like say bags of clothes and stuff like that I just didn't want anymore. And dude pulled me to the side. He said, "Man, don't ever do that shit no more." I said, "What? Man, you need to be using this." He said, "Man, you think those rich folks just come dropping this shit off and leave? No, they using this as tax incentives. You know what I mean? Like one of the big stores here is Lawns and Barley's. Like that's a grocery store so bougie, you got carpet in that motherfucker. I've never seen a grocery store with carpet in it, but they got carpet in it, and they've sent a lot of their stuff to the Salvation Army. And when the dude was saying, he's like, "Why do you think we get so much of this upscale stuff? Because it's almost at a place to where they can sell it, but if they give it to us, they get to write it off, and then they still get like." I can't say the full tax credit for it or something like that, but it's a play. So I get that, but you don't. That's like the arm of an angel. People you give it to those kids in Africa, you would think, but no, they say only 10% of that shit make it to them kids. Opposed to you being foot on the ground, feet on the ground, boots on the ground, and you can see where your money going because you can deploy where you see it needs fit. So I feel you. I feel you. A simple act of kindness can change someone's life for the better. Absolutely, it changed mine for the better. I'm able to spend like being my daughter's life because of the act of kindness. Like say, bro, I would have died in the house fire had it not been for strangers that didn't know me. If they would have just looked at my crib on fire and just said that's not our business, bro, I wouldn't be able to be here on the internet with you guys today. So I get it. It just hit. It just hit different. You know what I mean? So that's just where I'm from with that. But once again, I don't want to discount my good brother, Mo Black. But everybody situation is different, and if you've never been in a situation to where like you was able to receive the kindness of others in a place to where you need it, I could see you not cherishing it as much as somebody that did. You know what I mean? I feel you. Damn near impossible to prepare that sort of to help and empower. So many people will double and triple dip in the points that need the most will miss out. Do yeah, but at the same time, that's what I'm saying. Like when you're just there, let's just say let's just throw some facetious number out there. You got $1,000 on you, right? Just walking around in a different country, and you spend $5 on a kid buying him some food, not even giving him the money, just buying him some food. How much is that going to impact your day? How much is you gonna have to go home and take a nap because you done went over budget for the day or something like that? How much is that really gonna affect you? That's my thing. And if you're traveling out of the country and $5 is going to affect your day because you're not going there and buying them lavish meals and shit like that. If $5 is going to affect your day that much, you probably should reconsider traveling, man. You know what I mean? You probably should just put some more bucks up, man. That's all I'm saying. But niggas will go out and drink with these mangoes all night. You see what I'm saying? Niggas will go out and spend the bread in the liquor store. So I feel you. Two-tone, lots of guys have been finessed overseas and are jaded now. I agree. I agree. But here's the thing. I done been finessed overseas and on seas. You know what I mean? Underseas. However you want to see it. Foreign and domestic. But I say that's between them and their creator. My heart was in the right place. You know what I mean? If I see like you finesse me, bravo. You won't never finesse me again. Like say, back when I was going out a lot, like say I see somebody that I was remotely cool with, and what's name, like I buy them a drink, honey, get a drink, let's drink. Especially if you look like you was having a hard day. But there's a time that was like, yeah, I see Charlie Chin, I'm getting me a drink. Well, if you count on that, yeah, and I know that you will never get a drink out of me again. And two, me and my niggas pop bottles, bro. It's not that big of a deal. You got you a $15 drink, $10 drink out of the deal. Whoop-de-doo. You know what I mean? Whoop-de-doo, man. Is that really going to affect me? Am I going to be outside the club like trying to fight a dude? Man, you got that $15 drink and you didn't need it. Man, I want to fight now. No. Because guess what? And I can get numerous of people on the phone that'll tell you this. I buy people drinks in the club and they'll never get a chance to buy me a drink. They'll never get a chance to buy me a drink. You know what I mean? It's not that I'm looking down on it, but yeah, nigga, I'm not the nigga that you're gonna buy me a drink. 50% of the donations are write-off. For sure. That's what I'm telling you. That's a flex. I mean, that's a play. It's not a flex, it's a play. So if you know how to do it, it's a play. It's not like you just giving, that's a play. But shout out to Mr. Peppers. They was there, like say Mr. Pepper and his homeboy paid for the bill. And I told them, I said, only one condition, man. Like when we get to the next spot, I'm paying, bro. I'm just not a nigga that you're gonna buy drinks for all night. I'm just not that guy. I wanna bring something to the table too, man. And there's nothing wrong with that because I'm sure it was out of appreciation or they fuck with me and stuff like that. But I'm not the freeloading homeboy. I'm not the nigga that got to call a meeting outside of the club, man. They want you to pay before you get in. That's not me, bro. You know what I mean? That's just not what I'm about. That's not what I do. If that's the case, I'm gonna stay my ass at the crib. So yeah. Shout out to my good brother POV. He said, if you say F these kids like Jordan, hit the like button. Even if you don't say F these kids, man, hit the like button, man. We're trying to really and sincerely grow over here, man. And it's for like-minded people. Even if you're not like-minded, man, pull up and have some food for thought, man. So you guys hit the like button, man. I'm on Malik Hills. Y'all know that me and Malik got this beef going on. In fact, I forgot I didn't shoot nobody a text, but me and Malik got this beef going on to where shout out to you, love. I appreciate you pulling up, baby. But don't put nothing in the Western because you know we got what we got going on. So just fall back for your boy for a quick second. Okay, shout out to Chris. He said he bought meals, groceries, and handed out money. It seemed to bring unwanted attention, crowds, and threat of being robbed or pickpocket. Yeah, that's why I said I'm not making a show of it. I'm not like that's just like Chris. Bear with me, and then I'm gonna drop the link after this. Bear with me. That's like people going out to help homeless people, but they want to record it. Nigga, that's not for the homeless people. That's for you. I ask people, don't put me on. Like if you say, "Oh man, you doing a good," I don't need that. I don't need that, bro. I promise you, I don't. That's cool. And then you want to record somebody at their worst time and shit, bro. I don't need that, bro. I'd rather go home before you try to pin me as a person that's out here doing a good deed and shit like that, bro. Like I'm cool, man. Because majority of the people that helped me behind the scenes. They didn't need no medal for it. They didn't need no awards. They didn't need no goddamn it anything. They just did it out of sheer goddamn it, out of sheer just wanting to help. And I think that's when it's genuine. So yeah, I feel that, Chris, but I'm not talking about like going somewhere and just passing out. Oh shit, my what's name just connected. So if it mess up, my NordVPN just connected. So if it mess up, I'm gonna have to go in and unconnected or whatever that is. But y'all seen last night, because last night I was disconnected from it, and I got a text that said somebody was, and we know who it was. We know who you ninjas. We know it was ninjas that went straight to the Nike store. So it is what it is. But yeah, no, that's why. Shout out to you though, Chris. I don't need no accolades or people trying to pat me on the back, man. I've been blessed enough. You know what I mean? I've been blessed enough, so I don't. I try not to draw crowds if I'm because it's probably something specific. It's something that I seen about that situation. Like, here's the thing: I will give money to people on the side of the road here in the United States, but something got to really speak to me, because if you a man and you standing upright, you got both hands and both feet, bro. I feel like you can go get a job. You dedicated to standing on this corner, dedicated to standing in Walmart and greeting people as they walk in. So something got to really speak to me in order for that to happen. But I feel you though, because I seen that on Ace Live. He was in the slums in another country. I don't want to say the slums, but he was in an impoverished area. Excuse that terminology. He was in an impoverished area, I believe in Colombia, handing out food. People started feeling entitled and they had to leave, because he was like, it's almost coming off like people was going to come take something. You know what I mean? Poor is a mindset as well, guys. So let's go there. They say broke is temporary and poor is forever, because one is a time and the other is a state of mind. Ooh, shit, that just came out, man. You said, hold on, let me get back to you. You said, have been blessed overseas, so I return. Yeah, and I chose return those in true need. Yeah. See, but I've been blessed here and overseas, man. Like I say, bro, if I told y'all my life, bro, man, it was crazy, man. It's been times to where, like, because we used to go to the club down south, and like say sometimes we'll just have somebody like just sit in the car while everybody going to the club, like say people with the weapons or the firearms or something, like for one to make sure don't nobody break in the vehicle that you're in, and for two, if something go down, you already got a heads up, man. It was one night with my homeboy I usually always go out with. I did. I was like, nah, I'm just not feeling it tonight. Somebody rolled through the Cadillac and shot it. I mean, through the parking lot and shot his car. I would have been in there. I think they shot it probably about 50, 60 times. So you never know. You know, when it's your time, it's your time. Me and Worldwide Never got a we're going as well. He just doesn't know it, but I'm catching him by May. Shout out, man. Listen, let's get it going, man. Who y'all rocking with? See me, I gotta be neutral because both of them my brother. But you pick a side, man. Who y'all rocking with? You rocking with Worldwide Navy, our Canadian brother, the Canadian side of this thing of ours, or you rocking with POV? You know, the IT guy in the community, the one that's goddamn it he on there like he talking real calm, cool, and collect. You know what I mean? I think POV should have been like a hostage negotiator because he talks so calm. Okay, guys, just chill. It's gonna be fine. Like, okay. If I was a hostage and I heard him talking, I'm like, whew, I think we're gonna make it, guys. So shout out to my brother POV. I have been shout out. See, look, they got some rivalry going on in the back office, and y'all pick a side. Pick a side and stand on it. But know that we all a community, man. It's all in good fun. But I'm on Malik Hills. So if you watch it and you haven't subscribed, man, not just hit the like, man, hit subscribe in the notification bell. That way that you'll know when I go live. Just because I plan on going live a lot more. I'm dropping another video. Hopefully tomorrow. We're gonna know by the end of tonight. I'm dropping another video tomorrow about how a brother in the community called me out. You know what I mean? And it is what it is, because if it's true, it's true. What can you say? You know what I mean? Like if it's true, it's true. So that's why I'm here putting in this work right now. Because we gotta hold each other accountable over here. So y'all pick a side, man. Who you rocking with? You rocking with Navi or POV, man? You know? I don't think Navi do a lot of lives though, man. I think we gotta interact with you more. I will pay the bills for and in need, but normal. Don't hand out money. Yeah, I agree with that. Don't hand out money, because once you hand out money, where it goes is out of your control. You cannot control where they go with your money after you give it to them, because once you give it to them, it's no longer your money, it's their money. Like I do that in the States. Like say, and I swear to God, on my daughter, it was a lady just said, "Oh, I'm hungry. It's a Subway right there. If you give me $5, I'll go in there and get a $5 foot long." Come on, I got you. Tell them what you want on it, and I'm gonna pay for it out of my pocket. You know what I mean? If you can sell this sandwich, more power to you. You need to get a salesman job. There's a car lot across the street. Go see if you can't sell cars. But yeah. Then you could dictate where your money go. Salute to Charlie in the chat, man. That Bad Bunny High Time Show got me ready to book a flight to CO to Colombia. Let me ask y'all what y'all thought about the halftime show, man. I thought it was more of a political statement than anything. I like Bad Bunny, so to that I'm not really just like heard about it and shit like that. But a lot of people was fucked up about it. Like, for real. Like I seen I think it was like a Puerto Rican or Mexican guy. He said white people don't feel alone, because we didn't understand what he said neither. So yeah, I think it was more of a political statement, because when we're going through all of this stuff with ICE right now, all of this stuff with ICE, you got to aim a person that's of foreign descent to come and do the most American thing in America, halftime show. Do you know how much a 30-second spot on let me drop this link, guys. I've been saying that and shit. Y'all getting me in my bag, and last night YouTube got me ready in the mindset, bro. If they on your heels, you gotta be ready to cook. Sometimes you don't have a sous chef. Sometimes you gotta go in there and do your thing. But I rock with my own principles and values for sure. And I think as men, that's what we gotta do. You know what I mean? But at the same time, I'm never so closed-minded to think that I can't be wrong. You know what I mean? I'm sure Mo Black gonna pull up, and like I say, we had a little bit of this conversation the other day, and he brought up some fair points. I'm never so stuck in my mind to where I'm just closed-minded. So yeah, is it we all going, yeah, but we the juniors. You know what I mean? Y'all got 2 and 3 times the goddamn subscribers that we do. Hey, y'all get me up there with Nav and POV. I'm calling them out too. But right now they the big dogs, man. And sometimes you gotta stay in your lane. You know what I mean? They the big dogs, but at the same time, they deserve it, because they literally really putting in that work. You can't be mad at somebody that when they get to where they going, or they're further along than you, if they didn't put in more work than you. They just do. You know what I mean? So shout out to them. But y'all put me on, man. Listen, hit that subscribe button, man. I'm gonna start saying it all night. You said, yeah, we all going for $1,000. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, you say you didn't watch the Super Bowl? Okay. Yeah, I feel you. But to me, the Super Bowl, like I say, it was more political than anything to me. But it is what it is, you know. Jay-Z got them. He didn't came in there since he didn't got it, because I think he's over the halftime shows and stuff like that. That was doing the whole Colin Kaepernick thing. He didn't got in there and damn near made it, went full hood. Like they thought it couldn't get no worse than goddamn it Kendrick Lamar. But the next year he was like, "You think it can't get worse? How about no English at all? You talking about you couldn't understand his English? How about no English at all? Okay, nobody. That's like you and your sibling arguing over like some chips in the car, and your mama just take the bag and throw the whole thing out the window. Nobody gets the shit. Nobody gets it." Shout out to my good brother. Oh shit, let me add. Okay. Expert, how you doing, good brother?
I'm doing good. How's everybody else doing?
Well, as far as me, man, I can't complain. Well, I can actually, but I tried it before and it didn't help. So we might well just roll with the punches, you know.
Yeah,
Mhm. So
dealing
yeah,
with my dealing with my health problems. There's many days I don't feel like getting out of bed, but I still get out of bed anyhow and try to
yeah.
make something positive out today.
That's a fact, man. Life is a blessing, you know, and a lot of times because I have those days to where I'm down as well, and a lot of those days I tell myself somebody out there got it worse than I do, so let's try to make the best of it. But we got another brother, my good brother POV. Brr, 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 brr. What you
Yeah,
got
what
going, bro?
up? I'm good.
How's it going, POV?
Hey, what's up? What's your name? I never got your name.
My name's Adam.
Adam, how you doing? Where are you? Cause you got light.
I'm in Thailand.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's what's up. I got to get
Yeah,
there. Okay. Now I just
Been
want to
li-
come up.
him and brother
Eh,
Ronan are in Asia, the Asian countries. But my
oh,
apologies.
okay.
Go ahead.
No, I just want to come up and tell you that I'm gonna beat Worldwide Debbie. You know what I'm saying? So if y'all have some sympathy for him, go ahead and subscribe to him, Worldwide Nevi. He does a lot of videos. He just did Panama. I think he did. Damn, I can't always forget the other country he went to. I think no, he didn't
Didn't he
do
do
Peru.
Costa Rica too?
Costa Rica, that's the one he
Yeah.
did. So check him out. He also has some videos he did in Canada with oh shit, I forgot what he did. But check him out because I'm gonna smoke him in the end. So yeah, y'all can give him a little head start. So I just wanted to come up and say that. All right.
That's a fact, man.
Charlie, I'll be
Appreciate you.
watching for a little bit until I fall asleep. But you know, you always be on my other TV. So
Man,
all
I
right.
appreciate you, POV, man. And listen, man, the feeling mutual, man. Like it's brothers like you that make this community what it is, man. So I thoroughly appreciate you, POV.
All right, no problem. All right. And nice to meet you, man. All right.
Nice to meet you.
All right.
We're calling Mo Black to the front of the congregation. You had all that rah to say in the back on the chat, but now when the link is dropped, you ain't got nothing to say. So, Adam, you want to chime in? He said, thanks for the shout out, POV. He said, hey, he put you up. I mean, he bigged you up and put you down at the same time. They're like the same time. That's like Hurricane Chris. He was talking about how bad the education is in New Orleans. He was like, yeah, the education here is terrible. Somebody put in the chat, man, the man made a point and proved it at the same time. So yeah, he coming at you, man. Listen, y'all pick sides, man. Who you rocking with? You rocking with Navi or you rocking with POV? Because he said he gonna smoke you. But yeah, Adam, how you feel about like say the topic of the night? Do you think like being generous is ruining other countries?
Um, it just depends if you actually helping someone or you're enabling them. You
Elaborate
know,
on that for me. Oh,
well,
while you
like
doing that,
help it,
I'm gonna plug my
like
computer up and turn on my light. So I'm still here. You could just keep talking though. I got you.
like for example, we had a real bad storm here. Trees fell down on the houses on some people. I helped repair them, and a couple of them I helped rebuild them. And then I had a nephew. He was selling the drug here called Yaba in Thailand, and he got arrested, and he could face up to 25 years in prison for it. They want My wife's brother wanted me to pay 5 million baht to get him out of jail. I said, well, he already knew better not to. He already knew better not to sell drugs in Thailand and all that. But instead of paying 5 million baht, what I did is I talked to well, I'm not sure what they call the military here in Thailand. I talked to the army recruiter. They said if he spent 2 years in the military, they would waive the 25-year sentence. And that's what he did. That's what they decided to do. Now he's out. So far, he seems to be doing pretty good. It's just what I'm going to do was I'm going to pay $5 million just to get him out of jail, and he'd probably go back to selling drugs or let him spend 2 years in the military
That's a fact.
or 25 years in jail.
Let me ask you this: what's the conversion rate on that? How much is $5 million in American currency? Well, how much is 5 million baht? Go ahead.
Well, 1 million baht is about 32,000 USD. So,
shit.
So like about like 180, 200,000. Give me a second, and I can actually go to TransferWise and
here's the thing. Yeah, no,
and give you the exact amount now. But you know,
how old is he, if you don't mind me asking?
He's probably in his late 20s.
Well, he's still kind of young, but those type of mistakes you just don't want to make, because it's some life altering mistakes that you can make to where it'll be hard to bounce back from.
Yeah, selling the drug yaba in Thailand. That's what it's called. It's like I forgot what type of drug it is, but it can carry the death penalty. He got very lucky with 20. He got very lucky for 25 years. Let's see.
Wow, shit. The devil.
Hopefully, you guys can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear, bro.
Hopefully, you guys can hear me, or no?
Yeah, we can.
I'll be right back.
We can hear you. He couldn't hear us. He must couldn't hear us, but we can hear you.
Exactly. 5 million baht is roughly 161,000. A little bit less than that. It's $160,462 USD.
Nah, that's crazy. That is crazy. It'll be a lot less if they was more strict on drugs here like that. It'll be a lot less people selling it. I promise you that. It comes with the death penalty. Shit. PLV, can you hear us?
Yeah, I hear you now. You hear me?
Yep. We can hear you the first time.
I'm apologize. I came up. I didn't even talk about the topic. I just want to tell you, yes, you guys are ruining places, especially the Thailand people, because I seen a Thailand podcast the other day, and they were talking about Transformers and all this other stuff for the whole life. So, to me, they ruining Thailand to me, and I see a lot of people begging in Thailand. Specifically Thailand, I'm talking about. I've seen a lot of guys and girls.
That though, right?
What's that?
Didn't you just leave? You just went to a whole country and passed out medical supplies and candy and all of that stuff. That's extremely generous.
Yeah, I know. I'll be generous and stuff like that, but I'm talking about I'm talking more about like going over there and doing ghetto stuff. You know what I mean? So to me, that's not what we should be doing.
No, I agree. I agree 100%.
I agree with that.
Yeah, that's why this.
I was just trying to figure out what Transformers have to do with that. And I know what you mean by the term.
It was just. Oh, you don't know what that means?
No, he said he knows.
I know what it means. I just don't know what it has to do with kindness and generosity.
Oh, okay. I was more talking about how we ruined the place. The kindness and generosity. Oh yeah, man. I think I'm always kind and I give out to the people. I just did a short, like I think it came out Sunday, where it's just me passing out candy to kids and stuff like that. So I'm always giving. I gave medical supplies to Cuba and a lot of stuff. So I do believe in giving out to people. I do believe in helping the locals, especially when they're going through something. Ryan just did a video of he asked the guy, what's your salary? I think it was $5 a month or something like that, and he tripled it or something like that, and gave it to him right there on the spot. So to me, it's like I can't understand when you go to places and people don't give or do anything for the locals, especially the local peoples, you know.
So do you think that's ruining communities when people do though?
It depends on how you do it. meaning like if you out there popping bottles, throwing money, cash around, and doing stupid stuff, I think that ruins the community and adds an expectation to us. That means next time somebody comes there, the prices go up. You know, it all goes up for us, and also prices out the people who live there. So
Okay.
yes, I think we do ruin it. For instance, like a Thailand, I'm pretty sure prices have went up, skyrocketed in the last 5 years. You know, from doing that. Not saying the people who go there are bad people per se, but you know, it's just so many of us going over there, and we're all doing like so many different things. So
What
I
what
that
what particular
yeah.
prices have gone up in Thailand that you think?
First, I've never been to Thailand, so I can't really speak. I know, I'm being critical of it. Um, the prices I think that are going up is housing, maybe rent. Like when you go into Airbnbs and stuff like that, have the prices
You,
risen for that? Or maybe I'm wrong.
see, you talking about Airbnb where people holiday so they charge prices they want. Like if you rent, like if you was staying here long term, you can rent you can rent a condo for roughly, if you want to live frugally, you can rent a condo with no AC for probably less than $100 a month. If you
Oh,
live
okay.
outside, if you live just outside the city limits, like if you like if you're in Bangkok and you go to a province just outside of Bangkok City, maybe
hmm
5-10 minutes away, you can live for $100. You can rent one for $100 a month.
Hmm.
You could
But
yeah,
but
go ahead.
but let's say 5 years ago, would it still would have been 100 or would have been like $20?
I, the last time I checked for a friend, you can still I checked and roughly the price remains same. Not much has changed here. I think the
I
most
mean,
inflation
overall, I know most
13.
places have changed.
I
Yeah.
lived 13 years in Thailand. The most I've seen it go up is maybe prices might go up on certain items $1 to $2, and others like 20-30 cents. Just depends on the product.
Oh, okay. So maybe I'm wrong. So maybe it didn't go up as much.
Now, if it's like electronics or stuff that's imported to Thailand, if Thais use it, it'll be a little bit lower, but it's still expensive. If it's like mainly exclusive for like foreigners coming down, then the price is going to be high.
Oh, okay.
And that's the same with
Um,
Airbnbs.
let me speak from my experience because I don't want to talk about
Mm,
Thailand because I'm ignorant on the subject. But like somewhere like DR 5 years ago is not the DR of now. You have more entitled women who before would be grateful of things, and now they're just taking it for granted. So meaning like we came over there, put a lot of our American money into there, our American style and stuff like that, and it's rubbed off on them, and now they expect things from us. So like I think us going over there and ruining things, yes. So in that sense, yes.
well, I can kind of say that happened in Thailand. That's why, in the last live stream, I said that I try to avoid the bigger cities, the holiday spots, and
Yeah.
I've never been to a red light district. Main reason why is because foreigners congregate there, and a lot of times they kind of ruin the people. Out there you got good
Yeah.
foreigners. They got good foreigners they're okay with, but they also deal with foreigners that come over there think they entitled, cause and create problems. That changes people when you have to deal with that all the time.
Yep.
That's that's everywhere, no matter where you live in the world. Just look at how what's going on in America, with immigrants and stuff like that, people visiting, causing great problems. People are fighting in Minnesota over it and stuff.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah.
this the way it is. And like when I came here in 2013, what I could do in 2013 maybe it's probably harder for the person to if they went over there and tried to do the same thing I did. Um,
hmm
like a foreigner can't own property in Thailand, but he can
Yeah,
lease. He can lease it. You can lease it for two
and
terms, up to 50 years each term.
and I
You can
think
buy.
that's good in a sense that it keeps the people able to buy stuff, the local people able to buy things there. Um, so I like the fact that they did that a little bit. I mean, it sucks that we can't get a part of it, but it does help the people. They can still buy, meaning like it's still affordable for them in
I
some
agree.
sense.
I agree.
Yeah.
But like a foreigner, if you stay in there long term, you can buy a condo in your name
Oh, okay.
because you're not technically owning land, and you have to. They have, like I said, I've seen prices as low as 100, like renting as low as $100 a month, all way up there to like $2,000 or $3,000 a month. Just depends on what you want.
Oh, okay.
For pricing, looking at some land, it's 7 ride, which is roughly 3 acres, and it has two Thai homes on it, two traditional Thai homes. So it's nothing spectacular or anything. And they want 1,600,000 baht, which is roughly 51,000 USD. I was thinking about purchasing that, but if I purchase it, I have to get it in my wife's name.
Mm.
Eh,
Okay. Your wife is Thai.
Yeah, my wife is Thai.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Um, and this is going to blow your mind. The reason I'm considering buying the land is because we take care of a lot of stray dogs, and it has 11 stray dogs on the property. And
Oh.
me not being in good health, me running around plus putting the 6 dogs we have at home, we take care of about 33 dogs daily.
Mm-hmm.
And the two houses that are on there, I will probably let the Thai villagers, anybody that wants to stay there, they can stay there for rent free, as long as they help take care of those dogs on the property. And
Hmm.
that's what I was planning. That was I planning on doing.
No, that's a good
But
deal. Yeah, that's what's up. Shout
Yeah.
out, hold on. First off, shout out to my good brother, Ronan Travels, man. Always pulling up, showing love. I'm just getting to it because your brother was cooking and I didn't want to interrupt you guys. But man, shout out to Ronan, man. You know, you always
Yeah. One
um
day I gotta get on a panel with him. One of these
treasure
days I
trove.
gotta get one of his panels. But shout out to him too.
Mm-hmm.
oh, oh I, if we want to talk about helping people and stuff like that, I've been doing that. I started traveling in I think it was 1993. I started traveling, so I got like 33, about 32, 33 years experience traveling, and been living the past 13 years in Thailand.
Okay.
You know, that's
That's
what's up.
nice. What made you go to Thailand, if you don't mind me asking? Like
I'm
you came before everybody else.
Oh no, I mainly moved to Thailand for the lower medical cost. Even though I was making good money, I was diagnosed with lupus and catastrophic antiphyseloid syndrome. And the second, most people know what lupus is. The
Yeah.
other one is a life-threatening blood clot disorder where you can form hot blood clots anywhere in your body. It's very aggressive and hard to manage. And I was seeing like 5 different specialists in America on 50 different medications and all that. Even though I made decent money with my landscaping business, and the office business, and I was getting property rentals, and I couldn't have insurance because I was a liability. So a lot of that was paid out of pocket. So it was
Mm.
eating me a lot. It was eating me alive. So I decided to move overseas after my mom passed away.
Oh, okay. Sorry to hear about all your struggles.
It's this life. One day, that's what well, that's the main thing. People think they always have time. They always have tomorrow. You never know what can happen tomorrow. So you better make the
Hmm.
best of each day.
Yeah, true.
That's what. Yeah. Yeah. No, man. So let me ask you this: do you think that you are hurting the country by helping out all of those dogs out there?
Um,
I'm being facetious, Adam. You don't have to answer that.
no, I'm trying to think. The short answer is probably no, but the long answer it just depends. Because here they don't have dog pounds, dog sanctuaries. And the main problem is they a lot of people don't get their animals spaded. Um, you got some people that own dogs, and it's very cheap to get the little injection to prevent them from getting for having babies. It's like 60 cents 3 months,
Hmm.
which is roughly about 20 baht. A lot of Thai people rather spend 20 baht in the lottery instead of taking 20 baht preventing pregnancy of dogs and stuff like that.
Hmm.
They also have the pill for them, but I think that's a little bit more expensive.
Hmm. Shout out to you.
Yeah, man.
Shout out to KB, man. How you doing, young brother?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm good.
That's
Just
what's up, man.
listening.
I know you wanted to lean in on this topic last night and stuff like that, so I had to send you the shout out so you
Hmm.
could lean into it because you seem like you had a story about it or whatever. But my whole thing is this, just to catch you up, like say, and I get it, like everybody have their own different type of experience in life. That's why we're individuals because we have our own individual experience. But if I could help a kid in a different country, like say going in, like if I'm buying a meal for like let's just say $5 or $10, it's not gonna really kill me to buy another one and give it to a child outside for five. You know what I mean? An extra $5 or $10. But we got the brother Mo Black. Now I'm a little salty that Mo Black ain't pulled up yet because he was like he got time today. But
So let me ask you a question. What if there's stuff being one kid? What happens if it's multiple kids? Will you still help?
You beat
best
me
I
to it.
can, best I can.
Multiple.
I generally the kid that approach me is the kid that I'll go in there and see. You know what I mean? Malik and Charlie at the yeah, no, we both tied POV. That's for sure, for sure. That's why I got to keep on pushing it tonight because by the time tonight over, I'm gonna take the lead. But if it's more than like one kid in like say if it's just two or maybe even three, I might just get them a piece, or I might just get two and have them share or something like that. It's something that could be worked out. But if it's like 10 of them and I can't do it for everybody, I more than likely won't do it for nobody because that would probably be unfair.
I,
You know
I,
what I mean?
I see
Yeah.
I see what you mean, Charlie. Because I see what both of you are saying. Because I've had that experience in Colombia too. So what the parents will do sometimes, right? And you might be able to back me up on this, Adam. Is they know they can't take care of all those kids, so they'll have 5, 6 kids, and maybe they ain't doing too well. You never know what their situation is, and what they'll do is they'll just tell these kids, you better go out there and just make some money. So it's like you're young. Like I'm from Haiti, so I've had stories where I had an auntie. She would tell me about how when things were getting really bad there, what these parents would do is they would rent a baby, right? Like not parents, but people in general. They would do something called rent a baby, where you can go in where they take their own baby or they'll rent one, and then they'll go door to door just asking for food, asking for money, anything they could get, right? Anything they could get. And when they knock on your door, and Haiti's not like here, like it's an open door policy, so you can just show up at someone's door and it's already open and you could just talk to them. And they like, it's hard to say no when you see that little baby there, right? But half the time it's like that might not even be their kid, you know? Or the kid, they send their kids out to do this type of stuff. And it's just, I don't know if there's any solution. No, it's actually pretty sad. It's pretty sad, it's just, and it's like at the same time, it's like on the one hand you want to help, but on the other hand, you kind of know that if you help, then it kind of becomes a pattern where I've had an uncle, for example. He used to help out this homeless man in Haiti. And one day he's talking, he's driving around, he sees the homeless guy, same homeless guy, and he's like, he's in Haiti, he's like, come into the car. So, the dude's sitting there, he's in the car, turn on the AC, and they're talking, and he's like, listen, why don't I help you out? Like, get a job. It's like, I know this guy at this mechanic shop, and, he could help you out. He needs some spare hands, and you can do that for a little bit. You can get some money, get back on your feet, and then you can kind of learn and do the whole a little apprentice program, and then you can become a mechanic where you can work at the bank and you can help fix up these cars and vehicles. And the dude was like, I ain't doing that. Basically, it's like, you gonna give me the money or not? If you're not gonna give me the money, just let me out this car.
Yeah, well, and here's the thing, KB. Now that gentleman, and that's a lot of times, yeah, the case. But now that gentleman is on the list to never give money to again. Anybody that associate with you is then more or less looked at it that same way because birds of a feather flock together in most cases. But
But you see, Charlie, the thing is sometimes they make more money from that for
correct,
every.
yeah, for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah. So like I once had another story that got told to me from the Spanish instructor. His dad owned a business. Every morning, there would be a beggar there, and the beggar this was in Venezuela. He give this beggar 3 sols or something, right? Every morning, right? To get a little coffee, anything, right? And then one day, he sees her and he's like, listen, I'm going to give you something to do then, because every morning you keep asking me for some money, and every morning I give you something. How about this? Just for every morning, just pour some water over the front of the business and just sweep out some of the dust here. And she was like, I'm not doing that. I make more money, just waiting here for you to give me something than I could make working for it.
Yeah,
And
for sure.
in those countries, that's kind of like the mentality. Like over here, when you have to feel like you have to beg for something or ask for something, there's that level of like embarrassment or shame. But for them, growing up in Thailand or maybe Colombia, they may not necessarily have that. That may be like normal shit to them. I got another story in Parquilleras too. It was about 9 p.m. and these kids, I went out with a friend and partake, but I went out with a friend, and because he wanted to go, he never been to Medellin. So we went, and these kids just kind of came around like, oh, you want to buy some chocolate? You want to buy something from us? Right? And I said, sure, I'll think about it. But like, what are you kids doing out this late? It's Tuesday night. Why ain't you at school? Why ain't you doing anything? He's like, oh, we're just out here trying to make some money. We're trying to hustle. So that's why I don't really, when I see them, like if they just catch me at a time where I'm eating at a restaurant or I'm drinking my drink, I'm like, damn, they got my ass. And I give them something. I ain't gonna lie. I'm like, dang, they got my ass. And I give them something. But half the time, if I just see them, I just pass by. I'm just like, nah, I'm not gonna help.
Yeah, no, I feel you. And that's always can be the case. Like say, believe it or not, and this was years and years and years and years ago, guys. Like say, back when I was hustling and things of that nature, it was a dude that used to be at the gas station, and oh man, he had the perfect spiel, man. I can't even say it was perfect because he was involved in the Lord, but he was. I'm only saying that in the context of a lot of people was falling for it. He was like, it
Mhm.
goes to this church, and they got this, that, and the third going on, and the church had burned down, and he out there with the clipboard and everything, and he be like, we got this organization to every dollar that we raise, they're gonna match it and things of that nature. So every dollar you essentially give me, you're giving to. You know what I
To the
mean? And
church, yeah, yeah, and you know how people feel about the
and he
church
was
and the
running it
top.
up, but at the same time, because I was in the bad side of life then, like I say, back then, it was a long time ago. People like say the same because we all in the community, same people that donated to him at the store would see him coming to spend money with me as they coming to spend money with me. They like, I'm finna beat his motherfucking ass. Nigga, don't you know I'm thinking I'm helping out the church and you using God's name in vain? I said, listen, two things. For one, God know your heart. You know what I mean? You have pure intention, and that's not what he do with it is not gonna affect how God looked at it, your intention of your heart. For two, you gave him the bread, and once you gave him that bread, that's like, you know what I mean. That's you can't dictate what they do with the bread. So I do understand that. You know what I mean?
Nah, you can't, like, if someone, okay, if somebody just like, hey, just spot me some money. My brother said, hey, spot me some money. I'll give him the money because he's my brother. But if he's like, oh, I'm gonna use this money because I need this money for this, and then you go on and then you don't spend the money on what you said you're gonna spend it on, I'm upset. You know?
Yeah, but that's your brother, and you have a certain moral expectation of him. This is a stranger that these people are, and they don't have that moral. They can't. They don't. They're not allowed to have that moral expectation of them. That's just like when the brother on here said he went to go meet a man to have a man on man, a one on one. Pause. That came out weird, but a one on one fisticuff with a man, and he was like he brung a weapon. I said you assume that he was a noble individual. And he wasn't. That's why you got a weapon used against you, because you brought nobility to a place where there wasn't any. You know what I mean? But let me read this coming from Chris right fast. He say, if you pay attention, local ignore that begging ish or snap on their ass. When in Rome, do as the Romans. I'd agree to a certain, but sometimes locals are fucked up too. They just making it by. Like, how can I share a piece with you if I'm fucked up? But go ahead, Adam.
In some countries, that is the case, as he described. But like in other countries, you see, like in Thailand, for example, you see Thai people giving certain people money and certain people they don't give money to. If you plan on helping out somebody, pay attention to who the Thais are helping, because they know which ones are legit, and they know which ones are out there just trying to scam you or just trying to get enough money to get drunk or take drugs. So they do know that. You have to pay very close attention to that.
Well, here's the thing, and you actually sparked a thought in my mind. Do you know why places like Thailand and certain places around the world, they start making sure that you had enough money to travel there? Because people was making it a thing, and a lot of times it was like white Americans, they were making it a thing to travel through backpack through these countries, and they would beg their way through. And it became such a thing to where they had to start making it a law for you to show that you could actually travel here. Like that, it was a whole thing back then. Like, I don't know if it's still prevalent, but I remember watching a story on that, and that's a whole thing. Like, say people just they beg they word through the travel world. Now, over here in the black community, we got people on the internet begging to go over to Thailand and clap cheeks.
You gotta you have to be careful when you're overseas, because there are homeless foreigners in Thailand. They lose their money, or they put a woman in charge of their account and stuff like that. They lose everything, and then they can't afford to go back home. And then they beg other foreigners to help them get back home, or help them go through the embassy of the country to go back home.
Wait, Adam, I got a question, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so let's say, for example, right? Because I've seen a few of those people. I've heard stories about that in Medellin too. There was this Canadian woman who went there, and I think she got hooked on something, and she just, man, she was gone. But okay, so let's say you're in a country, right? You get robbed or something, for whatever reason you don't have money to return home. I would think like the first thing that someone would do in that case is just go to the American embassy, right? Like, just walk
The
there if
embassy
you
of the
have to.
country.
Yeah, and then ask them for a plane ticket back home. Tell them my passport got robbed. This got stolen from me. I mean, once you start speaking perfect English, I think they can tell that
What
you know.
scares a lot of those people is they don't have no money whatsoever. The
Right.
embassy will help you get back to your country, but you're gonna have to still pay that bill. And some of those don't have family back home that can help them out and stuff. So that's why they're afraid.
I get that, Adam, but even in the grand scheme of things, you'll be better off working to get the money back home, at least where you're on familiar territory, than being in a whole different country and you're still broken poor. You would
Yeah.
Yeah,
think.
they had some people. They had some foreigners here that were homeless, and the Thai people will feel sorry for them and was helping them with food and stuff like that. And they were sleeping out in the streets, but they were on food and stuff like that. So that, in a way, that's kind of enabling their bad behavior, if I'm saying it correctly.
I see what you're saying, but I'm thinking, do they just not want to go back to America? Because the embassy, I think, will get them a one-way ticket. Like, they're Americans. They will
They say
get
the
them.
embassy is not what it used to be.
Well, I could be
Will they?
wrong. I could be wrong, but I think you have to pay. You have to pay, eventually pay them back. But I could be wrong. I'm not exactly sure how
No,
that
Adam,
works.
that makes only sense, because just imagine how many people would go a place and act like they broke just to get back home, a free ticket back home. So yeah, if you go out there and you can't get back, if they pay for it, they not only should charge you, they should charge you interest. In my
Hold on
opinion.
now. No, I don't know. Charlie, you be talking. Who are you associating with that are doing stuff like this to the point? Really? People are really doing stuff like that in mass? Like they're going to the embassy and just pretending like they're
Yes,
trapped?
so much so to where you got places like Thailand that has changed the law to where you got to show that you have enough money to travel there and leave. That's why there's so many people, so many countries show that you got to have an exiting ticket. These things happen in mass. That's why they changed the rules, not because of one person done it. If it was just one person, no, that's just the one-off. But so many people have done it, so now you got to show a return ticket. Now you got to show your bank account. Yes, it does happen, sir.
Say
Hold on, because when I think about Thailand, I think, okay, there's a lot of Indians there. There's a lot of,
And they on their ass.
you
I
know what
just
I'm
seen.
saying? But I wouldn't
just
expect an
seen the story.
American to just be on their ass like that.
No, but I just seen the story where they was talking about Indian people. They will go, it would be like 6 of them go into a bar and stuff like that and buy one drink and they all shared the beer. I swear I just seen something like that like less than a month ago. So they crack down on foreigners because they say Indian is like it's a lot of Indians there, like some of them that are not supposed to be there, and other ones that's like say they work visa or some type of visa ever ran out or something, and they just stayed there. But go ahead, Adam.
I just looked online on ChatGPT. They says if the MC helps you get back home because you didn't have money, you have to pay them back. Now I don't know if you have to pay it all at once or they do it in small installments or whatever, but you do have to pay them back.
Rightfully so. I believe so. Because here's the thing: when I travel, I bring enough money, then I bring emergency money, and then I bring my credit cards. You see what I'm saying? So if all else fails, I got 2 extra plans, and I could get on the phone with my family. If that fails, you probably shouldn't be there. And if somebody have to bail you out, why should they have to bail you out for free? Them was your own bad decisions.
Like me, I have accounts in America, bank accounts. I have ones that I can use all over the world. Like I have Charles Schwab International, and I have China Bank. I use both of them. Plus I have banks in Thailand that I use.
Let me ask you something, Adam, while we're on the subject, because I've been hearing a lot of good things about Charles Schwab. What are the fees for having an account there? I'm looking to get a secure account there.
I don't get charged any fees. Even when you go to the ATM, if you go to the ATM and take out money using Charles Schwab International,
no, I know.
You have to have the international. You get charged. The bank might charge you money, but they return it. They refund the fees at the end of the month.
Charles Schwab.
That's the same with China Bank.
Okay.
Yeah, but what I mean is like,
they have a what's the name with American Express, and you get a Charles Schwab card through them. There's no international fees, no ATM fees, and things of that nature. But I did just get a text that says yes. If the embassy have to pay for it, it is a loan. Repayment is required. So yep, that's what's up.
Yeah, I was pretty sure I was correct. I wanted to look it up, make sure that I was given the right information.
Right.
But when y'all was talking about helping people back home in America, when I had my landscaping business, if I seen somebody with a sign that says willing willing to work for money or willing to work for food, I'll pull up to them. It didn't matter if they were, it didn't matter age, if they were young or old. The younger guys, I would, if they're willing to work, I'll give them a daily wage to help out. And, according to the skills, because they might not know what they're doing. And like the older guys that couldn't really do much, I'd say, well, you can help sweep here, help clean up here a little bit and stuff like that. You don't have to do much. I understand that you're old and stuff like that, and I still pay them a good wage.
So let me ask you this though, Adam. How many of those people that once you called them on that, they actually didn't want to go work?
I'll say probably about half of them, maybe 60% of them.
Jesus fuck.
I can believe it.
Jesus Christ.
That was back in like 1993. Well, no, not even 1993, like 1991 or so. So I worked I worked at an early age, 10, 11 years old, and I turned grass, cutting, shoveling snow, cutting bushes, planting flowers, got into building decks and all that. And when I turned 18, I was in my own landscaping business. And when I was in 1993, I started doing pretty well. I started traveling overseas.
Okay, that's what's up.
But talking about helping people, I can give it a sample of helping my sister back home in America. You would give her money and she would spend it on other things. And what happened was it was around Easter. It was around Easter, and she had the gas shut off for 3 months. She owed 3 months and she was behind. So I gave her the money to pay for her gas because it was still cold. It was still cold, and trying to help her and the kids out. She came in on Easter Day. All of them decked out, nice clothes, had pictures of all the stuff she bought the kids, going to a nice restaurant, and had enough nerve to ask me to borrow money to pay for her gas again because she used the money to buy her kids Easter. And I had already gave her extra money so the kids can have, not no extravagant Easter, but decent Easter, have candy and stuff like that. And if they wanted to go to church, they could just wear something nice. They didn't have to have new clothes. I already did that. So you got to be careful. Some people take advantage of me. And
That's right.
I say my oldest sister taught me which type of woman to avoid.
Jesus Christ.
No, that's a fact, and believe it or not, that's why you got to be. That's why like belonging to family is the most slippery slope, because of appreciation could turn into expectation real very fast.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And go ahead.
I stopped helping her. Eventually, I stopped helping. I was mainly helping her because I was trying to help the kids. I stopped eventually helping her because she started writing bad checks. She got in trouble a couple of times.
Oh, so she was just committing fraud.
Yeah, she was committing fraud. And the last time, if she didn't pay it, they would put her in a jail. And I said, well, I'll help you out this one last time. I said, after that, I'm cutting off helping you. I said, I know your family, but I can't enable your bad behavior. Just basically what I told them.
That's an important word. I was going to say that some people, you start to enable them when they just know that they got a plan B. Oh, you guys, yeah. I'm sure you guys, and even KB, I know you're young, but you're very well educated. I'm sure you heard of the burn the ships analogy.
Nah, I don't think maybe someone might have told me the story. I don't remember.
Well, Adam, you know the burn the ships analogy, right?
Well, I've heard it apply to different things. Some people. Well, burn the ship. You talking about somebody burning their own ship?
Yeah, well, back in, let's just say back in, like, say, shipping times and stuff like that. It was this one great conqueror. When they would get to the shores of a place that they was trying to siege, they would burn their ships. We're either going to be successful or we're going to die. Those are the only. There is no retreat. There's no plan B. Is we win or we die. And I'm saying that to say people act differently when they know it's a plan B. When they
Yeah.
know, oh, if something goes wrong, I can always fall back on this. Yeah, no. If something goes wrong, you're just on your ass. You know what I mean? And a lot of people, myself included, I operate better. Like when I had to realize, look in the mirror and come to terms with, bro, nobody's coming to save you. You're not going to get saved if that's what you're waiting on. It changes the mindset. It changes how you feel and how you think. Like, stop being so emotional about shit. If it didn't work, try again. So much so to where it changed my thinking. When I see, like, say, I seen a gentleman here. He had the drop head Rolls Royce orange interior, very beautiful car. And instead of looking at that as in like, damn, that man is successful. That's a beautiful car. I looked at him like, I wonder how many times he had to fail to get to where he is. Because it's rarely a one time we take off. You know what I mean? So it's about resilience in my eyes, but I digress.
Yeah, I said it yesterday. You have to pick yourself up, becoming your own hero in life. Because somebody's coming to save you.
That's a fact.
Another thing too, because this is something that I noticed as well, which is why I, at least for me, it's a pet peeve of mine whenever you have like personal relationships and stuff, and people just kind of come in and take advantage of something like that, right? Because I mean, when you think about what Adam did, that used to be America in a time. Maybe I didn't live in that era, but in Haiti, we did that a lot too, where we would have these community organizations and whatnot, and it would do real work and outreach to people and better communities and better people's lives, materially and spiritually and psychologically. But we can't really have those things anymore because people are just so quick to take advantage nowadays that there's no real consideration for the other person. It's how I feel in the moment, and I'm just gonna act on that and then screw everybody else. So when you live
Yeah.
in a world like that, it's kind of like, why am I gonna continue to help people? Because no one's gonna help me. And sometimes I stick my neck out for these people, and there's no reciprocation. In fact, I stick my neck out and it's a waste of time, really. Why am I helping
Yeah.
these people?
Back in the olden days, a lot of communities used to pull together and help each other out in troubled times.
Not anymore.
That happened a lot. Now you gotta worry
That's a fact. Now,
if you
there's
help
something
some.
about the DR. There's something about the DR. They pull together a lot. Okay? Go ahead.
You gotta worry about Deacon Clap Cheeks now.
It's like we didn't had had a couple brothers and sisters of my wife passed away, and not just that, some people in the village, they were they don't have the money to pay for funeral. So what they try to do is pull what money they can together, or try to borrow money from the bank. The bank will actually loan money for a funeral here in Thailand. So if I know somebody, a family that's really struggling, like my brothers and sisters, I just paid for the funeral. Other people that were struggling and stuff like that, and I knew that it was legit, I paid for the funeral. And most the average Thai funeral is at the Buddhist temple, which is a Wat, and like the cheapest one that I know is about 20,000 baht, which is roughly 600 USD, and 30,000 baht for a nice one. And the prices go up. This depends on what you want to get done there. But funerals are different here. Usually they pray for 3 to 5 days before they bury the body. Anybody that comes visit, anybody that comes to the funeral to pay their respects, you feed them. Some people will buy alcohol for people to drink too, and stuff like that. But yeah, $600 to $1,000 on every now and then is nothing to me, and it means the world to them, because they taking money that they don't have, trying to gather money they don't have to pay for a funeral, or try to get a loan that they can't afford to pay back.
Mm-hmm.
So I do help out with stuff like that. Another guy, tree fell on his house, and it was one of those corrugated tin houses, like 10 by 10 or 12 by 12. I'm not sure exactly how big it was. I replaced the house for him because he was old, he was alone, he didn't drink, he didn't really have any family that was willing to help him out, take care of him. And I think to fix his house, it was like 12,000 baht to buy the material and fix the house, and that's roughly about $400 USD. So I've done that. I also help those willing to learn. I taught English for free. I helped a few people out. One was a nurse. She's going to work at the private hospital, so she had to learn how to speak English, and that helped her get that job. Another one was I remember his name. His name's Sanchai, and he was going into the oil industry, and he needed to be able to talk to people internationally. And English is one of the most common language, so he had to learn English and the terminology for that. So it helped him do that. So it helped him improve himself. So I don't mind helping people if I see them trying. I don't mind helping people see that are trying to improve their life, or people in circumstances beyond their control. But you have to be very careful, because there are people out there that will take advantage of kindness. They'll try to scam you, mislead you, or use that. Like another guy, I bought him. He was a drunk. I knew that he was a drunk, so I bought him. He didn't have a bicycle. He was walking around. I bought him a bicycle. You know what he done? Turned around and sold that brand new bicycle and used the money to buy
Drugs.
alcohol, called Lao here. So what did I do? I stopped helping him. And my wife's brother is just across the street in one of those gated tin homes, and he's a drunk. I don't give him money or anything, but I paid for the electricity, the water, and help buy food, but I do not give him money to help it. And the reason that I'm doing it is because he's been drunk so much alcohol over the years that it's actually caused problems with his mentality. He's not all there. He was like 2 years ago. He tried to burn down his corrugated tin house because the ghost told him to. They believe in ghosts here, spirits. That's why you see those like little temples at the house that call them spirit houses. They believe the ancestors and spirits.
He's schizophrenic.
Yeah, he's kind of like schizophrenic, but he's okay. He doesn't try to harm anybody, but you have to keep an eye out on him. And I didn't try to help him. I took him a few times to the hospital, because in Thailand, if you go to the public hospitals here, they're free. They will help him out, but try to help him out. You get the medication, they try to help him out, and then he goes right back to drinking. So if he didn't accept the help from the public hospital, I'm not going to pay for him to go to a private hospital. He basically dug his own grave, and I'm not going to help him dig his grave. If he wants to do it, he can do it all on his own.
Well, I gotta ask, Adam, doesn't you providing him food and shelter also, in a way, allows him to live a lifestyle he wouldn't be able to afford normally?
If he would be out on the streets begging if I didn't provide that. The house itself belongs to him. It's his house.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not helping him with that. I'm just basically paying for the water, the electricity that he used, and the food. Water, water, he might use like $4 or $5 a month, and electricity about maybe $10 a month. And I don't buy him food every day. And a lot of people don't give him money, to drink. But if he ever gets his hands on money, that's the first thing he buys is alcohol to drink.
Hmm.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I'm not enabling him to live, but I'm not enabling him to drink.
But to live is to drink for some people. You know what I mean? And shout out to Joe. She said that sounds like a drug behavior than alcohol. IKD. You know, IDK. I don't know. Yeah, maybe. But at the same time, like here's the thing: a lot of times, if it comes down to because, like I say, and this is just my like 30,000 foot view, man. If I have to help some people that's gonna misuse it to eventually help some people to where it's really gonna make a change in their lives, fucking so be it. You know what I mean? Like, come on, bro. Like the way I look about money, like especially getting older, and I've said this numerous of times. When I come on the internet and be like, all right, y'all, I done made my last dollar. It's over with for me. I'm not making no more money. Then I'd probably think about it like that. But other than that, bro, long as I got health, I got wealth. I'm gonna generate some money. I'm gonna spread it around. It just is what it is. Is some people gonna goddamn take advantage? Sure. But is some people gonna really be helped?
Well,
I
well,
believe so.
yeah, it helps in a way because, like, if I didn't help him, he probably would have passed away years ago. His
Well,
his
hold
name
on.
is his name
This might
his
be a little controversial, Adam. Maybe
Mhm.
he doesn't want to live.
Well, that's the case. He well, a couple of times he's tried to end his life, but now
It sounds
I
like your
put
wife
I
more than anything is the one that's kind of pushing you to help him.
I put it like this: anybody that seriously wants to unalive themselves, they're gonna do it.
That's a fact.
It's gonna happen. You
That's a
ain't gonna
fact.
have these little light cuts on the wrist and all this stuff. Taking a bunch of pills to where they get sick and throw them up and stuff like that. If somebody wants to unalive themselves,
To
it
delete
happens.
themselves, yeah, for sure.
They,
Well, I mean,
it's
not
it's just like
necessarily.
that, man.
It's like you ever heard somebody committing suicide through police?
Let's
They don't
not
want to
use
see.
that term. Let's use unalive
Oh,
and delete themselves.
oh, okay, okay. Like you ever heard the term of someone unaliving themselves through a police call? So they'll say something. They'll have a
Right.
weapon, and they'll be like, they don't want to do it, so they call the police. And then when the police come, they just start waving it around, and stuff like that. And the police tell them to drop it, and they eventually gotta unalive him. But
Yeah, no,
for
yeah, no.
him, like
Like
you
when I
knew,
say I've been
you see what
there,
I'm
I
saying?
was talking about it in a different spot. Like, say it was a time in life that where it was so hard, bro. I was thinking about like doing a caper, and I don't even want to say the do a thing, but I was like, if I make it, all of my money problems are over, and if I don't, living is overrated anyway. So who cares? But luckily, I came out of that dark place as well. You know what I mean? So it just is what it is, you know. But at the same time, I mean that's a fair point. But like I had somebody around me, and it was a dear person of mine, a person that was close to me, and it was a whole thing to where they was going through it, and they had barricaded themselves in the house to kick the barricades down, like really fought to get in there. And we talked it through and things of that nature, and we settled down, and he settled down, and I told him, I said, bro, I will never do this again. He said, why? I said, because if he was a person out there on the street that made you so mad that you wanted to do something to them, I couldn't stop you. You're always with you. If it's something that you really want to do, I can't stop you. And there's just,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? But that's just my
Oh,
view on it, though. But go ahead.
over the years, I've been in ICU probably about like 6, 7 times because of my health problems, and sometimes it was pretty bad. Uh, I never really wanted to unalive myself, but I have thought to myself, I wish I was never born at times. But that's just emotions you go through. Everybody goes through emotions and feelings. You
Yeah,
you feed the positive and you starve the negative emotions. The emotions,
that's a
the
fact.
negative emotions will still be there, but the more you starve them, the farther they go away. So that's why I say the emotions you feed will determine your mindset,
I agree.
and that's true to my life. Now, does it apply to everybody? I couldn't say if it does.
No, I agree with that wholeheartedly, Adam. That's why I was telling we was having a conversation in the back office not too long ago, and I was telling somebody that I can't allow my mind to go to certain dark places because I'm afraid I won't be able to get it out.
Mm.
So I just can't do it. You know what I mean? Because I heard there's not a man more violent than a man that's trying to be peaceful. And once you push him over that edge, is it's no holds bar at that point. You see what I'm saying? So I don't even play sick or nothing like that because I think for one, your mind is so strong. Like people underestimate how strong their mind is. Your mind is so strong that it could kill you. It can kill you. Excuse my vernacular. It can kill you. When I say that, I mean somebody could be scared to death. To death.
Literally.
That means nobody did anything to you. It was all psychological, and it could unalive you. So your brain is very, very powerful, man, and you'll be wise to keep that in mind. That's why when I see people fall into depressions, it's hard for them to come out. I knew a person that was in depression that didn't even get out of the bed for a long time. And I'm not talking about hours, I'm talking about weeks, months. They didn't even get
Yeah,
out of the bed.
I agree with you. Because the catastrophic intestinal syndrome that I have, life threatening blood clot disorder, 50% of the people that has that disease or disorder, whatever you want to call it, they die within the first 5 years.
Mm.
And I've been dealing with it for roughly about 26 years now. No, 25 years, 2001. And why? Because those people are the type that says, poor little old me, they pity themselves and try
Yeah.
instead of try to do what they can to improve themselves. And me, I did what I could. I do what I could each day to do like that. And it's kind of hard when you're sitting in the hospital. When you get out the hospital, you can't really speak that good. You can't move around. You're in adult diapers, having somebody have to take care of you. Whether you have to pay them or like my housekeeper at the time, she helped me for nothing, changing adult diapers for me to help me recover. You know how hard it is to recover from a stroke? That's very hard to do. So if I can do that, everything else just it's like sweating the small things. Don't really worry about it. There ain't nothing worse than staying in the ICU, waking up in the ICU, and you worried about taking your next breath. When that happens, that changes.
Yeah, I can agree. And once you, because I done been through a lot in my life, and my goal is not to turn this into some type of, like sad violence, because this community, in my opinion, is a community of celebration to where that little blue book that we have is almost like the key to the world. You know what I mean? To where we got the ability to go venture out places that wasn't always available to do. You know what I mean? So I I don't want it to be that, but let's just see a couple things. For one, being a man is not for the weak. You know what I mean? For two, like some life is hard a lot of times, period. You know what I mean? If that's just your cross to bear, that's your cross to bear. And three, life is what you make it, because no matter how bad it is, that's what I tell myself. I can't say for anybody else, but and I done been through a lot. I haven't even told you guys 10% of the shit that I done been through. But no matter how bad it is, I always tell myself it's somebody that done been through worse and it came out on the other side clean. They done came
Yeah.
out better. They didn't
I,
overcome worse. My apologies. Go ahead.
I usually tell people, and some people have a hard time understanding this. I say, you need to become the light within your darkness that leads the way.
Mm-hmm.
And what does that mean? even in your darkest times, even in darkest times, focus on that little light still inside. Let it let it burn bright. That will get you through a lot of things. It's like when people lose loved ones, they focus on all the bad things that happen and stuff like that. I tell people to focus on the good times you had with them, the good memories. And that's how I deal with my parents passing away because they were good to me and I took care of them until they passed away. I carry them in my heart every day. Why? Because I'm part of my mother and I'm part of my father. I mean, I do have my own mind, but a lot of things that they taught me growing up, I still use in my daily life today. And I was lucky to have a mother and father in my household. You know, a lot of people don't even have that. That's sad.
That's a fact. Yeah, that's a fact. Shout out to Joe. She said this is taking a deep turn. I like conversations like this. Yeah, I do too. But at the same time, like I say, I don't. My goal is not to, to remind people of like say dark times. Like say my whole goal of even going down this road to like, man, no matter what you go through, a lot of times in life, you could either be the victim or the victor, and a lot of times it's your decision. Is you gonna let this situation make you a victim, or is you gonna let this make if you're gonna make the situation make you a victor? Decide.
Mindset determines the outcome.
I agree. I agree. They say life is only 10% of what happened to you and 90% of how you respond to it. So there's that. I always tell myself, man, there's people that didn't like when you look throughout history, man, there's people that have overcome some major obstacles. And although me myself, I have been through a lot. Some people have been through more and then got more. You know what I mean? When they say, well, I think they said, and these are facetious numbers, but it's up there when they say 90% of millionaires are self-made millionaires, which is to say they didn't come from money. They're
Yeah,
the first
it's like
millionaires in their bloodline. They're the first. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
it's well, I know what you was going to say, but yeah, I have a life-threatening blood clot disorder. Yes, it could unalive me. But there are people that have like terminal cancer, for instance, or terminal illness.
Yeah,
And there's nothing you can do about that. So, that in essence, they're worse off than me. You know.
that's a fact. Comparisons, and I think that's how people get into those little dark and deep compression. They're comparing their lives to what they don't have, and people that's what they perceive as living a better life than them, and not comparing their lives to the people who got it worse off than them. Because when you do, you have no choice but to be grateful for even the little that you do have. You know what I mean? And that's just my thought on it or whatever. But just circling back, KB, I don't think I got your full response on it. Do you think being generous is ruining other countries or helping?
Dang, that was a quick. That was a. I was paying attention to what you guys were saying because I thought that was probably more important. But
Yeah,
to
for
answer
sure, for
you,
sure. But like I
yeah,
say, what's
yeah, because I was
mental?
going through a situation recently too, and I'm like, that shit kind of
I,
pissed me
I
off.
under
You
I
know?
understand what Charlie's trying to say. He don't want people in
Yeah,
difficult
yeah, yeah. Like you
times.
don't want people having
Like,
existential crisis. You know, from a YouTube video.
Exactly. Because like I say, I've said things on here and I meant it another way. I meant it one way and somebody took it completely different ways. And that's why I really try to be careful of what I say on the internet because I would hate for somebody to like misinterpret it, what I say, and then go apply it to their life. For one, guys, man, I'm just a man on the internet trying to figure it out too, bro. I know it may seem like I got it together, but my shit is in disarray. I'm trying just like everybody else. You know what I mean?
no, nobody has all the answers to life.
That's a fact.
Hmm. People will convince you, but if anyone ever tries to convince you that, you know they probably have some ulterior motives.
That's a fact. That's a
I don't
fact.
think one thing a good lesson that I've always learned, or I've always kind of kept in mind, is that if you're ever in a situation where someone is promising you something And whatever it is that's the most difficult thing in your life, whether it be your faith, your money, your health, and they tell you that it's just going to be something easy, that it's going to be one simple trick or this, pay this, and you can just achieve it. And with money, listen, if money was the sole obstacle to whatever problem that you have, you probably don't have a lot of problems, you know, up to a
Yeah,
certain point.
No,
Up to a certain point.
no. It's people that like say, do you know even the homeless people in America is the world middle class? It's some people that's in this world today that we live in. They live in cobalt mines. They live in landfills and things of that nature. These are real places that where people live, and money could definitely change their situation. So,
Oh, I'm talking about strictly for the U.S. I'm not talking about
oh,
from
okay,
most
okay,
places. No,
okay.
no.
Right.
I mean, if you living in a cobalt mine, man, you need money. You need to get out of there.
You need
But
money. Yeah,
yeah,
that's
but if
a
you,
fact.
but for the most part, if you're living in the U.S. and you have those types of issues, you know, there really is no easy path. There are many paths to salvation, but there are no easy paths to salvation. You know, I hope that makes sense.
Yeah,
But
yeah, for the most part.
yeah,
so
Jody said,
so
"Oh, please tell your stories. We want to hear them." I'm not sure people do though, Joe, because here's the thing. My thing is like I say, I don't want to trigger that thought in somebody. I don't because sometimes emotions are contagious.
infectious.
Yeah, infectious. There you go. And I don't want to trigger that in nobody, man. My whole thing is like, man, we could, like I say, we could be the victim or the victor. And I wouldn't want somebody. I wouldn't want to be the reason to where somebody's having a bad day just off of us sharing our stories. You know what I mean? We all, I'm sure everybody on this panel had to like overcome some type of hardship in their lives.
but
Mhm.
get back to the topic. Does generosity ruin other countries? It can, but it also can help. It just depends on who you trying to what you're trying to be generous for and the circumstances behind it. You know, you have to do, you as the individual that is giving out generosity, you have to decide that. And yes, it's kind of, that's the thing about being kind. It can be a double edged sword.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
So
You know,
you
a
just
gift becomes an expectation.
Yeah, that's a fact. And just heads up, gentlemen. Like I say, my goal is to like start cutting these lives a little bit shorter. So I think we're gonna shut it down probably about another 30 minutes. But like I say, man,
okay.
I hate for once we get on the road, like that's when everybody gonna show. I'm gonna have five people show up at once. At
Yeah, when you get ready to end the live, that's when everybody starts popping in.
I got
yeah,
something to say.
sure, go ahead. Oh, well,
No,
right,
I mean, like, you know, they
right. That's how
show
they
it.
gonna
I got
be.
something to say.
And that's like a brother told me on the call today. He said, "Man, you said that you finna get off in 30 minutes. I look back on there 2 hours later, you still going." I said, "Yeah, I'm working on that, man, because I'm trying to do this more consistently, and the only way that I could sustain that is really put a hard stop in on a lot of these lives. Not just that. Once the live go down, they still get views, but they don't get too many views because who's gonna sit up and watch a 7 hour live on
Mhm.
replay?
Well, what I would do, you have the live. What I would do is, like break it down, like on
That's
YouTube
what I would do.
videos, do smaller YouTube videos, breaking it down into certain topics and create multiple videos out of it so people can watch it. And
Absolutely.
you just create a playlist for it.
Yep, and that's what it's just the things like that. Believe it or not, I'm definitely looking into that. But Adam, believe it or not, at this point, I have over 100 hours of YouTube lives.
100
100
hours of
hours.
It's a
Yeah,
lot.
over 100 hours of on YouTube lives.
And
Mhm.
with, I think you need what, like 4,000 hours
No,
total.
those are watch hours. I'm talking about.
Watch out,
I got more than enough watch hours. I just need the subscribers now. So
subscribers.
yeah, you guys, if you haven't subscribed yet, man, hit the subscribe button, man. Help your boy get to the next level, man, so we can reach more and make this community even bigger than what it is. You know what I mean? I like the niche part of it is because to be over here, like I was saying earlier, the women that's come over here and that's a part of this community because Jody, even though she's never pulled up, she's very much part of this community because she's been supporting for a while. It takes a certain type of person to be a part of this community, especially as a woman. But also, what I will say, when people come over here from them other platforms and stuff like that, and YouTube, so they be like, "Oh, bro, it's peaceful over here." Shout out to my good brother K9. He said, "Man, I come over to Charlie Chan channel when I'm tired of all of the arguing and the going back and forth, man. I come over there and it just seemed like we got some type of peace and tranquility over here. So I try to foster that, man. So shout
Hold
out to
on,
my
Charlie. Let me ask something, Charlie. Is
sure.
that true? Like, what exactly are they doing over there? Because I'm assuming, we're always kind of peaceful. Like, are they just kind of,
Oh, you ain't
what's
seen the
going
half of
on?
it. If you gotta ask that, you haven't seen the half of it, good brother. You haven't seen
It,
it.
it's
They
like
be
I
over there
tell.
cussing each other out. Though, man, it was one live to where people was showing guns onto each other. I will do this to
Oh
you.
man,
Yeah, yeah. We don't do that.
Jesus
It,
Christ!
it's like I said before. Being overseas for so long, watching what's happening in America, it's like an episode of Twilight Zone.
I'm telling
Jerry Springer.
you, yeah, it goes
Uh, if you work on yourself and go to live overseas and you put in the work, done your research and stuff like that, talk about 95% of your problems disappear because you don't have to deal with all the drama that's back home unless you get yourself involved in it.
You know, Adam, and I never understood this too. It's kind of like, you ever heard of the term? I call it New York syndrome. Like, okay, so it's for people who they don't live in New York, but they go and visit in New York, right? They visit New York, or they have people that come from New York, and then when they come back, it's almost kind of like they come back like they're aggressive now. Like, you get what I'm saying? Like, it's hard to describe, where it's just like, man, are you gonna do what I told you? It's almost kind of like when you come to America, you're just kind of like at that point where you're already ready to snatch someone's neck. The moment you land down and you touch down on the ground, like, you're pretty calm overseas, but when you come back here, it's kind of like everything just comes at you at once, and you're just ready to like fight. If
yeah.
that makes
I'll,
sense.
It just
I'll
come
be
rushing
afraid
back.
if I went back home to America with everything that's going on now. I'm afraid that I'll be in jail.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
telling you. Yeah,
yeah,
it's just rushing
Because
back to you. Like I think that's why now, and it surprised me to hear that the camaraderie is not as strong in other places as it is in the DR. Because in the DR, man, people just link up and they just chill. They just kick back, and you can let your guard down. You can finally exhale, but on that flight back, it's like you flying through a portal. You like, man, I gotta get
yeah.
tight
The,
again.
the thing too is just like, it's the small things here that divide us too. Like, you'll have somebody just lose their mind over a Super Bowl concert, and I'm like, I mean, it's fun music. You don't like it, just enjoy the game. But some people, like, that works them up. Like, they'll get angry about that type of stuff, like real angry. And I never understood it. I'm like, is this about the concert, or is this something else that's going on that you don't want to talk about?
In my mind, it's got to be something else, KB. It's
Yeah,
got to
it,
be
it can't it
I,
can't just be a concert.
I have
exactly.
a question. Have y'all ever heard or looked at the mouse utopia experiment that
Yeah.
they
I could
you
could you
done that?
could you say that again? I couldn't hear you.
The mouse utopia experiment. If
Hmm.
you if you watch that and then apply it to the modern world, it'll blow your mind.
Let me see if I can.
because it's talking about how you what they do basically what the experiment is they put a bunch of rats in a small environment simulating the city and then all the different things that happen. It's just crazy.
The population booms, but eventually the mouses they
Decline.
just start breeding and they all die.
Yeah, that's what happens.
Oh, that's kind of like what they said about Rome, though, right? It just like almost like imploded on themselves, almost.
Yeah, but they doing studies. It hasn't been confirmed yet. Like the Roman Empire when it fell,
Right.
the water the water pipes were made out of lead, and
Yeah.
a lot of those people had lead. They believe they have lead poisoning because they find lead within their the bone marrow and in the DNA.
Which
And the
is
So
weird
brain.
because
that could have contributed to the fall of Rome.
yeah, which is weird because I hear it's still like water ducts and water wasn't they're still working to this day and
Aqueducts.
they aqueducts just
Yeah,
because it never had to deal with rust because it's always moving and rust can't build up. So
the aqueducts are built over top of land, or they do have some under, but like to the homes, they were saying they had lead pipes to it. And
oh okay.
that was towards
Mhm.
the end of the era of the Roman Empire. Also, what helped is they was bringing. Also, what they considered helped decline of Rome was the where they start bringing in tons of immigrants and stuff like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the main problem with having too many immigrants, or as the term they say, illegals and all that, it in one area it just brings in too much diversity into a country. Everybody has their own ideas, their own culture and stuff like that. They're not Americanized in America, and it just creates too many problems and conflicts. You have people say they're for illegals, and you have some that says that they should leave the country. It just
Right.
creates too much diversity. Like in Thailand, they don't have those problems. Why? Because they enforce their immigration laws, and they're very strict on it. Or there are probably some people here that shouldn't be here. I'm sure it is, but it's less. It's a lot less over in America. I mean, in Thailand.
Mm.
I can agree. I can definitely agree.
Yeah. Yeah. And at least I think with America and people say it's social media, but his theory anyways is just that things are becoming to the point here where there's just a growing inequality here. That's what he's saying. I don't know how true it is, but I because people constantly say, "Oh, the reason why people aren't pairing up here is because they're always at work or something." And I'm like, "Well, this isn't even the country where people work the most. People work more in Colombia and other places like this, like these, in China and whatnot. Um, so why is it here we have just such dramatic social problems, and they just continue to get worse? And we
With
just
all the
couldn't
di-
agree."
with all the diversity, jobs, it affects jobs, it affects everything. It affects the welfare system, all that, helping people in true need and everything. It puts a burden on society. And that, for the American citizens, that generates what I call low grade stress. A lot of people in America are under constant low grade stress. They always, people now, more and more people are in survival mode instead of actually thriving in the country. It's like almost America now is charging American people rent to assist in their own country. And a lot of people, every day, there's more and more people can't afford that price. And that's pretty sad to say, but it's the
Yeah,
harsh truth.
I feel that. You hit on something too, because it used to be here when people used to tell me, for example, the reason like people can't afford to go out anymore. I used to be like, how expensive could it be to really go out? Until I actually went out to Boca Raton. and they're like, oh, if you want beach access, you want to come to the beach, you know, you can walk here, but there's no public transit here. But the only way you can head there is if you pay $50 just to park for the day. So they surcharge you on that, where you're paying $50 just to come see the ocean, and that's all you're getting. After you do that, if you want to go eat at the restaurant, you want to get some fish, whatever it is that you want to get. It ended up costing me, for two people, you know, a salmon and, you know, some pasta. It ended up costing like $120, and that's before tip, right?
Mm.
And you know, in total, she paid the beach access, I paid for the meal. It was $170.
I call cap. You pay for all of it, which is
No,
okay.
no, 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 no. I mean, come on. I'm gonna cap about, you know. Oh, I paid. If I paid for all of it, I would have said I paid for all of it. But
You
I
got the
paid the bulk.
bread. You can pay for all of it, KB.
Nah,
Well,
you know, I'm just being honest. You know, I didn't. I paid the bulk. You know, at $140, 100 and versus $50. I mean, what's the point of lying? But
if
That's a fact. I feel you.
well,
if you
when I finally, you know, we got the bill, I paid, and then I look around, you know, I, and then we're driving back, and I said, "Man, did you notice anything?" He's like, "No, I didn't really notice anything." You look around, and the only people you see outside going to these restaurants, going to these places, are old people, people who are 45 and up. And you look around, you don't see any young people at all. The young people, they're all walking to the beach because they can't afford to pay the type of stuff that $50 just to come to the beach. You look around and they're not at the restaurants. They're not at any of the places, you know. It's all old faces. And there's nothing wrong with old people, but society can't just be for one group of people at the exclusion of another. You know, especially young people, because you need those people to kind of feel a part of society if you want to have society. If they don't feel a part or that they can participate comfortably, then it's going to be hard to get them to participate in the future too. Because what's the
well,
point?
like when I was younger, you you contribute taxes, and like if I wanted to, I could have went on disability, but I didn't. But for people that are on disability and Social Security, they paid into it. They did their work. Now, what keeps the Social Security going is the next generation putting it in. But where things have inflation and everything that's happening is to raise prices so high, people are barely surviving. They can't really afford to have kids, and it's creating less people to put back money back into the country and stuff like that. So since
Mm-hmm.
there's less people having children now compared to back in the olden days, now it's putting stress on the country, and that's why they raising inflation, taxes, and stuff like that. They're trying to compensate for it.
Not just here. That's why you see, for example, why countries like France and countries all over the world are trying so hard to get immigrants coming in. It's
All modern countries.
Yeah, all modern rich countries, anyways. France, Britain. That's why, you know, despite the fact that it's not popular, they're still trying. Like Japan, you know, Japan does not want immigrants there. But Japan is at the point where they don't have a choice. Where if they don't have any immigrants, there is no country anymore. Literally, there is no
It's
country.
it's like a lot of people use. I like to use the term development countries, but they say third world countries. They say that now using it as a term of being poor. But actually, first, second world countries and third world countries was during the Cold War. First world countries were countries like America, democracy, and countries that were similar. The second countries were second world countries were communist countries and people who had those ideals. The third world countries are the countries that remain neutral, and over time they changed it to first world countries being the richest, and now third world being the poorest. But it originally started with the Cold War.
And developing countries, countries that generally people want to leave, like Ethiopia, Morocco, if you are not rich there, place Georgia, places like that people just generally want to leave to find better opportunities. And America, if you don't like, I tell Americans, if you don't like immigration now, you better start learning Spanish, or you better start learning one of these languages, because real
So,
soon.
so ating hindi daru sa di man sa
What?
Thai.
Oh,
I spoke Thai.
I was
yeah,
like,
you
I was
you
like,
know,
my computer messing up again because I couldn't hear him.
no, you were speaking Thai.
Right. Yeah, no, I believe in that. But here's the thing, and this is, I think, especially with the conversation that we're having tonight, we can't gloss over this. Another thing that what people want to say, and I don't think they give enough credit to, is like ruining these places, is the world is getting smaller. By smaller, I mean it's easier to travel to these places than it has
hmm
been in the past. At one
hmm
point, traveling was for the rich people. Now
It's a
you got
luxury.
common people. I'm sorry, go ahead.
It was a luxury. You
It
you
was a
you wore a
luxury,
suit to
exactly.
travel. You wore a suit
It
to
was a
travel.
luxury. So now people have more access to to all of these other places. That's kind of because people taking their ideologies and their thoughts and their feelings to other cultures and stuff like that, and it's not it's not doing well there.
Yeah, also the environment that you live in can determine your success in life. Because if you live in a toxic wasteland, how do you expect to create a bountiful harvest that you can reap the rewards from?
Yeah.
Sometimes you have to leave the area, but you also have to understand no country or no place in the world is a perfect paradise. Every place has its own problems and trade offs. You have to decide which, if you do decide to move overseas, you have to decide which place is right for you.
K9,
And
what's good, brother?
oh, hey, and the thing too, and this is my opinion. I think you know when I've talked about passport bros in the past, not passport broing, but like going overseas, and I tell guys about what you can get, what's out there. I get a lot of pushback from women, from men. I think, in my opinion, we're gonna reach a point in society where it's gonna be like 2016 on Tinder again. There was a time where, if you were on online dating, you were a loser. You were just kind of seen as weird. But I think we're gonna reach a point where, international travel to date is gonna be the it thing. And I think when that happens and that becomes accessible to the masses, I think it's gonna become a lot less effective, and it's going to be ruined too, like everything else that catches on to a lot of popularity. It gets to
Ne-
the point where it's to the lowest, where it caters to the lowest common denominator, where you have people that normally they shouldn't even be there, but because they have enough money now, or the price of entry is so low, it becomes something accessible to them, and it ruins it overall.
Yeah, that's a fact. K9, what's up, good brother? How you doing?
Hey,
Oh man, I'm blessed, man. You already know, man. Charlie Chan is the man.
Man, kicking it,
Talk
man.
to me, man.
I
What's
try,
good
man.
with you, brother?
Man, just over here, man. Just steady trying to build and build something that that's gonna be right and welcoming for all. You know what I mean? Like moving past the future and the J Rello type of content to like we building, man. We building a global society over here. So that's just what it is.
Oh yeah, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm rock with you, Charlie Chan. You said somebody came up and they was like they didn't really know about me, man. I'm a cool brother, you know what I'm saying? But
Yeah, for sure.
everybody, everything ain't for everybody though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
hmm,
Up to everybody that rock with me, and those that don't rock with me, maybe in one day they will. But in the meantime, I rock with Charlie Chan. You're super cool, brother. Cool on a hot day. You know what I mean?
Appreciate it, man. Appreciate
Shout
it,
out to the
man.
travel POV. I see you, man.
Yeah, that's what I was telling. Oh, see, yeah, I know it's a conspiracy now. I know it's a conspiracy now, y'all, because Misha done pulled up and everything. But yeah, no, like I say, bro was saying I forgot who it was, but bro had brung you up in almost, and maybe I just misunderstood it, but he brung you up almost in the negative type of way. I was like, yeah, no, K9, one of the bros, man. He seemed like now like POV said, like I haven't seen you rowdy and stuff like that. But like, but bro, he like a real Californian to me, like a laid back, just chill dude. The type of person that if you don't fuck with him, he ain't gonna fuck with you. You know what I mean? Like that's how you come off to me. So I was like, bro, I don't think you're talking about the same K9 type shit.
Now, I'll say this, man. Remember I told you one time. I was like, yeah, you kind of met me on the when I'm, really chilling because I'm a man, but I'm a man of many things. I'm a father. I'm not just one way. But one thing I don't do, I never start shit. But I just think some dudes might look at me like in a certain light because I'm definitely a finisher. You know what I mean? Like I don't duck or dodge no smoke. So for a minute, it was just one of those things I had to learn. Like when people troll you and harass you, bro, I would run in the building like a fireman and try to, like if I'm gonna fight you inside of a burning building. That was my attitude. But now I done turned a new leaf, man. I don't really care about all that. I'm just focused on putting an entertaining show on for the people and putting all the skills that I'm learning, which is like editing or whatever that is, just to put on a great show for the people. And those that don't want to watch it or don't appreciate it, I get it. You know what I mean? And those that do, I appreciate it that they find what I do to be entertaining. You know what I mean?
That's a fact. That's a fact.
I
That's
have
very well
two
put.
things to say. I tell people luck is nothing more than preparation meeting opportunity. And that's basically what luck is to me. Success is paid by the failures of those who do not give up on themselves.
Okay.
Yeah.
Salute and shout
And
out to Misha. I see you.
Shout out to you, Misha. Yeah, no, we were getting ready to wrap up and things of that nature, but man, yeah, no, man, it's the whole for me, just like saying it's the whole community thing for me. It's being able to meet like-minded people to where that's why I say and I've been saying it for a while. I want to do a a video on how your day twos are often more important than your day ones because your day ones is generally proximity people. It's people that was in you became friends because you went to school together, you stayed in the same neighborhood together, and your day twos are the people to where you are like-minded people. You became friends because you guys had interest in the same thing, you guys had interest in the same goals. And I'm only bringing that up because a lot of people that's over here on this side of the internet, man, we have like-minded people. So man, I resonate with a lot of people over here. Like I said, I speak to a lot of people over here more than I speak to people that's in my own family. You know what I mean? So that's where I come from, and that's my mindset of me operating on YouTube over here. But yeah, now shout out to you, K9, Misha, and everybody, man.
I wonder if I come every time I pull up on your situation, you about to damn near be in the line. That'd
Hey,
be great.
hey, I was telling the bros on here. I said, man, it's got to be a
it
conspiracy.
happened.
Every time I'm about to pull up, I mean,
It
I'm about
can't
to
be coincidence.
right. It just can't be because like 5 people pull up. Like soon as within the 10 minutes of me saying I'm going to end, people started pulling up. Shout out to my good friend.
Charlie, would you call that
Shout out
divine
to Misha.
intervention?
You know what I said? What I said was I was gonna have to put it. I'm gonna have to do something to where I'm gonna punish myself. If I make a time, I say I'm gonna give $100 to a certain subscriber.
Hold on,
Right?
Charlie. Listen, don't worry. I'm gonna help you out. All right. I'm gonna help you out. Go ahead and just cash out that to me. I'm gonna help you out. All right. Just this time. All right.
No,
Just
no,
this time.
I appreciate you being generous like that. No,
You're
Misha, you're
welcome.
not too
You
late.
To,
No, I
to
anytime.
appreciate you.
be
Everybody,
honest,
all heroes don't wear capes, and I want to let you know what you're doing is not going unseen. You know what I
You
mean?
see?
to,
You see
to
what I'm
be
saying?
honest, if you're going to give $100, I'd rather you give to somebody that actually truly needs it. That's in desperate, in true need, desperate need.
So what would you give it $100 for though?
No, I was saying just as a punishment to myself. I even bring up the phone analogy. Like say back in the day, I had a Nokia that I had, and I used to always drop it. We used to call it the breakaway because it would break in three different pieces, and when I put it back together, it'll work fine. But the moment I spent like say $600-700 on the phone, I never dropped it again. So I'm saying that to say, if I tell somebody, like if I go over 3 hours, I'm cash apping somebody $100, no matter who it is, somebody in the community. I'm cashing out. That would make me more or
I would
less.
say you're in control of your life. You determine when it ends. But if
Yeah,
you
but
paid
sometimes
you paid $100 every time.
Go ahead.
You pay $100 every time that you don't end the live when you say you did. I'm kind of afraid you'll become homeless because every live I've seen you on so far has lasted a really long time.
Exactly. And like I say, sometimes that's just like almost like a self-discipline way, because although I am free with my money, but I am sort of frugal. I don't believe in wasting money. And if I was, that's just like I was telling people this. I think about paying interest on your credit card is like setting your money on fire. Like, in fact, that's worse than setting your money on fire, because at least if you set your money on fire, you can feel some heat from it. But if you're paying interest, you don't even feel no heat from it. So
I don't.
that's just the way my mind thinks.
All right, so what is the so you be having some code analogy. So what is the mindset of thinking like I need to end my show in 3 hours? I mean, I have an idea why you might be saying it, but I want to just see if I think what I'm thinking is the reason why you're doing it.
Well, because the chances of somebody going back and watching it and making it through is a lot higher. I can do more consistently with, like, say, because I got 12-hour lives, I got 10 hours live, like 9. I was just telling Adam here that I got over 100 hours in just live. So I need to chop that up and make it smaller content, but to see it live, because when I see somebody that's have a video that's up for 9 hours, the chances of me watching it is not very high. It's not impossible, especially if they're talking about a topic that I want to expand on. But it's different when it's like, oh, this is a good 20-30 minute video. I'll sit down for that. So
Have you ever considered Twitch?
I haven't.
Yeah, I mean that if you really want to do the live stream route, that's where you could really make it back. Now, I don't know if your type of content is going to be popular, because the type of content that's popular there is kind of crazy, screaming at the camera and shit. But
Well, like if I watch somebody's channel on a regular basis and they have a live or something that lasts for hours and hours, I'll be honest, I might watch a little bit of it, but I don't watch the whole thing. What I'll do is I'll go do other things, but I'll let the video play out in the background.
No, that's what
that way it gives them some watch time.
Yeah, that's what a lot of people do, and they're being more generous than being honest. And I appreciate it all, but they're being more generous than being interested in the content. You know what I mean?
Well, I think in the beginning, Charlie,
say that again.
Cool idea. I think in the beginning, Charlie, it's a cool idea to do long lives, and this is why I think, or why I used to do it, because I didn't did 11, 10, I didn't did 19, 20. I did a live so long where I lost the entire live, and it was an epic live because I didn't cut it and restart it, and I just lost the whole live. Like I didn't have no access to it. But the reason why I think it's cool to do long lives, yet somebody may not watch the whole thing, but it may have some highlight moments and they'll skip through it. But the main reason why I think it's cool is because kind of depends on if doing lives is your strong suit, right? Because it's like a freeway. People get on the off ramp, get on and exit, get on and exit, and then it gives different chances. Like for maybe different people might come up on your panel and your show will take a different direction. And then they just like, oh, Charlie on. If I didn't catch them then, they'll tap in later. But then I think as you start building up your following and start picking up your views, and you know what I'm saying, I think it might be a good idea to cut the stuff back for the reason that you're saying. That's why I've been cutting back my lives. Like my last live, I believe it was like 4 hours, but I normally was doing 9, 11 hours. But now my stuff is to the point I could get the same views in 4 hours that I could get in 11 hours now. You see what I'm saying? So now I'm trying to make it more like a syndicated thing. You know what I'm saying? Like for what you said, so we could concentrate the entertainment and not spread it so thin. You know what I mean? Because when you do a long live too, sometimes you be spreading it really thin and you be tired. And I'd rather end the show on a high note versus I'm tired and I'm dragging it. You know what I'm saying?
No, that's a fact. That's a fact. And like I said, now I
So
do have some people that does hit it up. Like shout out to my good Pisha, my good people Misha. Like her husband, which my bro right near, he hit me up the other day. He said, "Bro, y'all niggas going crazy on the live." He said, "Man, I've been watching this the whole time I've been at work, bro. Like man," and then he was giving me feedback and stuff like that. So some people do go through and watch it, but I got people like POV to where he'll watch it the next day. But I also got people like Mr. Peppers or even Adam, where you say like they'll just let it play because for the watch out was just supporting and stuff like that, and that's appreciated. But a lot of people don't go back and watch those long lives. But I see what you're saying because it is like an on ramp, off ramp. Like say, that's how I got my watch hours up when I was doing lives every day because I ran a marathon. That's my watch hours shot up like that, and I really seen the difference in the numbers.
so if you have a long life and you don't want to break it down to a bunch of videos, you could also
I
do.
do. I just have to sit down and do it. And when I get off at like 1 o'clock in the morning, I be so tired to where I just want to lay down. You know what I mean?
And then that's what I was getting at initially. If you don't have the time to break them down to a bunch of different videos, just create a couple videos with the highlight clips. Key things you think that's important that the audience wants to watch, and that might entice them to watch the whole live.
Yeah, that's a fact. And y'all guys keep in mind, like say, I'm still new, so I'm just throwing stuff at the wall. I come on, shout out. See, I know. See, y'all. I think y'all getting together in the back office and setting me up because we got Ronan in the chat too now, like, which is crazy.
I
But
didn't know
man, I
you were
love it, man.
on.
Say that again.
I didn't know you was on.
Oh, word.
Yeah, and since y'all was on that topic about the lives and stuff, I was at work and normally I go in at 8 o'clock in the morning and I get off at 4. And I listened to the whole live yesterday. I was pausing throughout my day, but I have my earphones in and I tune in like while I'm doing what I'm doing at work. It get my whole like my day is just going great when I have something in my ear and I'm just listening to different conversations and stuff like that while talking to people. So I do listen to the lives. You do have some people who do that
Yeah,
who are just at work tuned in.
Yeah, you know what? It's unique that you say that because when Ron had his meet and greet, I met brothers that has never commented in the chats, never pulled up on a panel. But I was walking by somebody and I was saying something. And I was saying, "You're like, Chan?" I was like, "Yeah, what's up, bro?" It was like, "Oh man, you done got me through so many nights of work, bro. I just put in my headphones and I just go." It's like, "Oh man, that's
Yeah,
what's
like
up."
Rainier listens to it while he's driving the truck. So
Yeah, he told me that. Yeah. Shout
yeah,
out to bro, man. Shout out to bro.
yeah.
No, so I mean I love it over here, man. Like I say, man, I'm trying to get back on consistency because one of the bros called me out. He was like, "Bro, you said that you was gonna do 3 times a week and you ain't even did it once." So now I'm trying to get my consistency back up. But man, I love it over here, man. I love it when, like, say you got experienced people like K9 and Brother Ronan, and then we got people like Misha and
I'm not
Malik.
experienced.
No, I said then you got people that's grown. That's what I meant to say too. You know what I
Oh,
mean? That's grown. I'm just saying the spectrum is so wide to where I'm really using this as a learning opportunity. You know what I mean? Because Misha, Malik, and like say even POV and things like that, we're all in the same boat and we're just trying to figure out what works. Then you got people like K9 that'll pull up and share a mouthful of game. You got goddamn brothers like Ronan that'll pull up and tell us how to do things in the back office to where to help with our numbers and stuff, man. To me, I'm loving it. That's why my lives go so long because y'all could be outside of me and be like, we all gonna pull up in the last 15 minutes, and when he say get off, and we're gonna make him go a whole nother 3 hours.
yeah, yeah.
But I love it though, man. I mean I love it. Just to like I say over here, man. I don't know what it is, but I really feel like it's genuine over here, man. When people pull up, it's not a whole bunch of cabin. It's not, oh man, I just bought 3 new apartment buildings with gold floors or something. Everybody get to be genuine and be themselves over here. So that's why I don't mind spending time over here. But in order for it to be consistent, I gotta have a certain time of doing it. Like my 8-hour lives, man, some of them I have some of the best content on those lives. My 9-hour lives, some of the best content on them. But
what's your time out there? Like where I'm at is 7:57. What time is it where you at?
it's 9:57. I'm Central Standard.
Oh, okay.
It's 9:57. But I think the other night when Ronan was on, I don't think that was last night, but I think he was on. It was one night to where it was on. I didn't get off till like 1, 2 o'clock in the morning.
So yeah, here, I'm an hour ahead of you, Charlie.
Okay.
Here is Wednesday, the 11th, 10:58 a.m.
Okay, so it's just everybody at different times.
Oh yeah, so you 11 hours ahead over there, then Adam. Yeah. And I also see like it didn't have to keep on resetting my NordVPN because I cut it off for an hour and then it'll start right back up. I'm like, damn, it only feel like it's been 10 minutes.
And you know what I think might help you too, Charlie, as far as trying to grow your channel?
What's that?
Because I know your brother just put in the hard work and all of that, and that's great. But sometimes you got to go network with other people, man. Like go pull up on other people, maybe go hop on their panel. And then, you know what I'm saying?
True.
That way people get a chance to see you. Like, if they just say they have like subscribers you don't have, you know what I'm saying? Like you be in front of an audience that may not be aware of you yet, you know what I'm saying? And if that person's cool with you, they shout your channel out, or people get to wondering like, who's that dude? Oh, he was cool. I fuck with him. What's his channel? Or, you know what I'm saying? I feel like kind of it helps you get past that little curve when you network sometimes versus being on your own little island, stacking it brick by brick by brick. But it's to each his own. It's nothing wrong with stacking it brick by brick either, though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, that's believe it or not, Ronan said the same thing. You know what I mean? I be trying to pull up on other panels as well. It's just like, say, if it's not somebody like, say, if I see you going live, if I see Ronan going live, or Misha, or people that I know, because like, say, and I don't want to bring up nobody's name because, you know, but if it's somebody to where I don't identify with the message that they trying to put out there, I'm not going to pull up on their panel. You know what I mean? But like, say, Ronan, they always over there talking about something about like building and becoming better. Like, say, when I see y'all be over there kicking it, man. Y'all like what you got over there. It's like a lounge. You know what I mean? You get to go over there and just kick it and chill. So I watch a lot of your stuff, but Ronan said the same thing. I'm trying to like expand. Like, say, when my brother when my brother Ryan go live, I'm most always pulling up on his panel, but that's probably the same community, but it's a lot of validity in what you're saying, though.
And another, put those hashtags, like get like good hashtags in your description, like stuff that's like widely searched, or that even I struggle with that a little bit, but like I'll be putting them in there, and it definitely helps. Like not a gang of them, but put a few hashtags in there, and that could kind of help too. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And also look at your analytics and see like when do people mostly view and tune into your channel, because
yeah, I definitely got to get into those analytics.
What I do is I write a SEO description for the part to describe the video, and then I put in a few hashtags. And what I do that on ChatGPT, and I'll say, I ask ChatGPT, is there anything I can improve on? And if it's with what I'm trying to promote, the words in the description or the hashtags, I will add them to the video. But I haven't been from my channel because I've been so busy. I haven't been really had the time to make any videos. It's just recently I just came back on live, spending 2-3 hours when I couldn't be making a video. But it is what it is. Yeah, I enjoy my retirement.
And it's not retirement, in my opinion, if you're not enjoying it. But now my question to you, Kay, now you put hashtags on your lives?
My bad, I had the mic muted. Yeah, I put hashtags on my lives and my videos. Heck yeah.
Oh, okay. I never thought
before you start. Yeah, before you start the live, you put the hashtag in there. Boom, boom. You know what I'm saying, in the description or whatever. And I put those in, and yeah, and then I'll go network. I don't be on everybody's panel, but like I put whoever I mess with, a chosen few, I'll pull up. They don't have to be the biggest YouTubers, but like some platforms, obviously, I pull up that's bigger than mine. And I don't go up there and necessarily shout my channel out, but like people start to know who you are, and they'll start looking for you, and then your
Yeah.
channel's gonna come out anyway. The person you rock with eventually gonna say it. The people in the audience is gonna ask, like they're gonna like. There's people now on your channel that didn't even know who I was. That say when I pulled up, like, "What up, K9?" They're a little familiar, even though I don't be here all the time. But that's how it works. When you go somewhere, people get familiar with you. They identify
Yeah.
with your personality. They're like, "Oh, they'll try to figure out what's his channel," and it's just a way, man, to network and because you
Yeah.
don't really
Yeah.
have to stick, build it up brick by brick if you don't have to. You want to put in the work, but like you can get a couple, upswings. That'd be great too.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think
Charlie,
anytime
that was like another reason why I pulled up on like Don Banks. I pulled up on Lord, like on the panels, just talking, even though I was a little nervous because I didn't know how their crowd would react to me. I didn't shout my channel out or anything because I didn't want to, I just felt like that was a little weird to do. But like just off of the conversation, and the things that you may be into and stuff like that, people are going to be like gravitate to that. They're going to be like, oh, snap, let me follow such and such without you even having to say, without you even having to shout your channel out. They're going to follow you because they just rock with how you are. So now when I pull up on the chat, they be like, oh, what's up, Mish? And I'm like, well, who are these people? They like Misha the GOAT, Misha for president 2027. I'm like, well, who the hell are these people? But, shout out to y'all. So it was a good thing that I went on the panels and stuff like that. But that is very true. Sometimes you gotta do that.
Yep. I got to start putting time aside for that. But like I say, I see people that I see. Man, shout out to my good brother Ronan that just pulling up, showing love. But I see people that I be trying to emulate, or I would like to emulate. Like no matter what people say about him, Anton Daniels doing numbers on YouTube. O'Shea Duke Jackson do numbers on YouTube. You know what I mean? And these people pretty much live on YouTube, and I'm like, bro, to get to that efficiency it would be crazy, but it works for them.
It'll surprise you how much they're not on YouTube. They just know how to clip their shit up.
Yeah, you know what? I was watching because I'm a part of Anton Daniels Bag Chaser. You guys know I give everybody my criticism and things of that nature. So much so to where I thought I was like, damn, Anton Daniels probably put a bug on my email so he could like hack my shit. But they say you can't do that through Patreon. But like I say, I was watching his he did a Patreon on YouTube's and content creating. And it was gold. He dropped a lot of gems, how he clip up his videos and stuff like that. So it's a lot to what you're saying. And real quick, K9 POV said, are you saying hashtags or tags? And I don't know the difference between the two.
Well, I think just where you put like pound and then whatever, you know what I'm saying? And then it'll bring up how much that is searched, like when you type it in, whatever it is, and you click what you want. I think that's hashtag, right? And so that's what I put in there. And then another thing, that dude that you said, O'Shea Dude Action, he pulled up, was rocking out on my. I didn't even know he knew who I
seen
was.
that. He shot you out. Yeah, I seen
out.
It.
And that's what I mean by you networking, just putting, and then just really being authentic. Like, bro, you seen I came over here, never shouted my channel out. Then one day you shouted it out. It's just, that's how it is. You just be authentic, come hang out for a minute. Eventually, someone's gonna show you love. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you just got to go out there, put yourself out there, and just, I think people really resonate with like think about it. Some of the dudes that's hated in this space as well, or liked or loved or whatever, if they just, something about you resonate with them, they're gonna watch you. And so you never know who's watching, who will end up shouting your channel out, how, where you're gonna get your breaks at. But you just got to put yourself out there. You know what I mean?
So I got a quick question for you, K9. Since O'Shea Duke Jackson shot you out, have you seen a change in your subscribers or your watch time or something like that?
I don't know because my subscriber counts is going up basically like weekly, daily. Like every time I do a show, my subscribers are going up. You know what I mean? So they didn't go up like in a crazy amount, but like it didn't hurt. You know what I'm saying? I'd say the main thing him shouting my channel out, definitely strengthen the core people that follow me is like because you know the people that watch you they want to believe in you like your success story he's coming up so the people that rock with me kind of just strengthen that core support group like all right K9 he's moving up the rankings and they feel like it's a community you know what I'm saying and so not only did he shout me out everybody that really rock with me felt like he shouted us out as a
Hey,
camp.
you sure right, man. Because
Like
when I seen him do it, I was like, man, the homie K9, man. I felt like he shouted me out along with you. So you dead on point with that, bro. You dead on point with that for sure, for sure.
What was the shout out about?
I think he was calling. I think K9 was calling somebody out. I think wasn't it Jay Rello or something like that? He was calling them
Yeah,
out.
he was breaking down either J Rello or NYC The Future.
Yeah. So he showed him some love and O'Shea Duke Jackson, like him, MTR and stuff like that, bro. If they shot you out, bro, it could skyrocket your channel. It could skyrocket your channel. I think MTR did that for Zoom, and Zoom even said it skyrocketed his channel. So yeah,
What's
NYC,
K9?
NYC the one
What's
asking
your
for money, right?
YouTube?
It's basically it's my name that you see on that he have on the
yeah.
that on my
That's why I took the what's the name down so everybody could see everybody's name.
Okay.
If you on the panel and you want to promote your channel, just put it in the back chat and I'll just post it and that'll make it clickable. So you know what I mean?
I wasn't sure if K9 was KBS. That's why I'm like, let me just ask real quick. I wasn't sure.
It's the way it's spelled on here, K9.
Do you guys know about Nightbot?
And you should come up, Charlie, too, man.
Nightbot is used on live streams. It can help regulate the chat, the comments, and stuff like that. You also can type in mine, and it will automatically, if the person wants to promote the channel, they type in mine in lower cases, and it will promote the channel for them. It's free. It's free, and you have to look it up. It has you can create different commands and stuff like that. Also, for like ideas for videos, if you're having trouble coming up with idea videos, you can type in general which kind of topics you want to talk about, and use like use ChatGPT or vidIQ to help you come up with ideas. And if you really, I recommend right now what you want to talk about, and then let ChatGPT or vidIQ help you possibly create a script. And you don't have to read it word from word, but you can use it as a highlight points to keep your live stream on topic, or even if you're doing a video.
Yeah, for sure.
And you should come up too, Charlie, man, because I'm doing a new show, right? I'm launching it in 2 weeks called Baddie for Baddie. You should probably, if you don't got to come up on the first one, whatever, man, come up on the panel, rock out. I'll shout your channel out, man, show you some love. Drop your channel, you know what I mean, and just come rock out with the fellas, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, now even if you didn't, bro, like say, man, I pull up just because everybody that pull up and show love over here, like I went over there to where I just seen Ronan because he simulcast. I just seen Ronan. I said, bro, I see, and it came across my website. I said, let me go over there and show Ronan some love. Bro hopped on me from the door. He must think I'm friendly. I'm like, all right. So I'm like, I'm not even here for you, bro. I'm here to support Ronan because he support me. But I'm saying that to say, bro, it's not even required, bro. I'll just pull up and support. If you want to, that's all. I'm not telling you not to, but I'm just saying in order for me to support just like you did, bro. Like you just pulled up on the panel and didn't even shout out your channel or nothing. You know what I mean? So, man, there's things like that's taking notice of, man. And I would, the person that I am, I like to pay it forward or if at the very least pay it back,
Yeah, because my channel is more set up like a razor raise. When I say like that in the sense of like, I be shouting everybody out that's cool. Like I really don't trip off like plugging other people's channel. It don't really mean nothing to me. I mean, unless obviously I don't like them. because they be mad dissing me crazy. But like anybody that's cool, I'll be excited to see the new up and coming YouTubers, what their trajectory is gonna look like or what they're gonna add to the space. I don't really feel like, I don't care who gets in the game. I don't feel like it's gonna take anything off of my plate. It's so many viewers. I feel like whoever put on the type of shows people want to watch, those are the shows people are gonna watch. I don't care how many people join. That's why you'll see like there might be people that have been YouTubers before me. I'm not gonna mention no names and be messy, but I done passed them up. You know what I'm saying? Because they might still have more subscribers than me, but I'll do more views than them because it don't really matter about that. It matters about you knowing your audience, what they expect from you, and you being able to connect with your audience. You know what I'm saying? And if you don't know, like say for example, I was for a minute with my channel, I had like an abnormal start. Like my channel started off pretty quickly, but then for a second it kind of plateaued. And I had to like realize why was it plateauing. I had to reassess and adjust. Then my platform started to grow again. So you have to know, you have to be aware of these things. You know what I'm saying? And that's why probably the dude that came over here was like, "Yo, K9, this and that," because I did used to get in a lot of beefs. Because for one point, I didn't used to have. I got tough skin physically, right? But I didn't have tough YouTube skin. Then as I grew into like being a content creator, my skin became tougher. And I was able to be like, man, I don't care. People gonna say this and that. And I realized this. People that say bad stuff about me, good stuff about me, they're talking about me. There's some people in this space that people never even bring their name up. And they want people to talk about them and they can't get no one to bring their name up. Yep. So you have to kind of look at it like that when people say, whether they say good, bad, or different, they watching, they talking about you, and it's free promotion. And that's how I just start looking at it.
That's a fact. And just to double down on what you said about, like, say, two things. Like you said, it like say another person coming up in the space is not going to take away from anybody else coming up in the space, because when you think about it, it's people out there with millions of subscribers that we never heard of. And they got millions of subscribers. So like it's enough room for that. And then another thing, like you saying that I heard, it doesn't dim a candle at all to light another candle.
Right. And look at, shout out that person, right? Shout out to that guy, Don Banks, right? I don't know when he started, but I know his platform is bigger than mine, right? But I know we don't really have the same viewers because the people that watch me don't necessarily watch him, right? Because he's not really a live streamer. See, right. People watch for different reasons. He more so uploads videos. So even though he may be big, like he do more views than me and may be a bigger YouTuber in that regard, I would be a bigger live streamer than him because he don't really do that. And so the people that watch me aren't necessarily going to watch him because they like watching lives. You know what I'm saying? And people that watch him may not necessarily watch me because I don't upload as many videos as him. And they like watching videos. And that's what I said. It's like so many people that watch YouTube. You just got to find your audience, bro. And once you find your audience, the rest is history.
You know, more people watching YouTube.
Go ahead.
When you look at your analytics and you see a lot of people beaming that shit to their TV, not on a device, not on a PC, but if you look at your analytics, it'll tell you how they're viewing you. There are a lot.
No, I didn't know that.
YouTube on TV as if that's their entertainment. They don't look at regular TV anymore. They stream.
Yeah, that's what I do. Listen, you see my TV's on in the background now. I don't look at regular TV. So yeah, for sure. Just fine. What's up, brother? Yeah, no.
I don't watch regular TV, and I very seldom ever watch the news. Anything that's important eventually reaches me here in Thailand. Most of it is this drama or distractions from the real problems.
That's a fact. Yep. Misha, I'm gonna do it live tomorrow, but it is kind of, I'm not gonna say contingent, but Misha, you gonna pull up because I got a surprise guest pulling up tomorrow. You gonna pull up tomorrow too?
Yeah, I'll pull up if you got a surprise. Yeah, I pull up all the time on you. I just didn't get the notification today. I was doing a lot, but yeah, I'll pull up for sure.
Yeah.
What is the
Surprise
top?
guest.
Just Von, salute.
What is tomorrow's topic?
Um, is Uncle Sam really cooking his goddamn the citizens here? You know what I mean? And it's just an all around topic. It's gonna be a panel type of thing, and just with everything that's going on, like how, and just this is just a view into it, like how it's almost okay to fuck the little guy as a big company. How something just came out with Walmart to where they're selling these hams. What if it came out like say they selling it by the pound and they selling you 5 pounds of it, you go weigh it only weigh 2.5 pounds. How something I just experienced with Verizon Wireless. Not only can you not turn your modem into the store, the Verizon Wireless store, you have to then on your own terms go and turn it into the UPS store. And they called me almost at the 30-day mark, talking about we didn't get it, so we're gonna have to charge you. If I didn't have that receipt, they would have been able to charge me, and it would have been nothing that I would have done. And I started to throw that receipt away.
Yeah, I'll pull up, Charlie. Just let me know. I'm gonna drop down because I got to get ready for work tomorrow morning. Shout out to the panel. Shout out to the chat. I'll pull up tomorrow. K9. I'll even pull up on yours, not on the panel, but in the chat because you said something about baddies for baddies. That sounds kind of interesting.
Shout out to you.
It's a
Well, nice meeting you and take care.
we pull up. I appreciate it, but have a great, safe day. I mean, have a good night and a great day at work tomorrow when you make it there.
All right, thank you. Shout out to y'all. Have a good night.
Shout out to you, Misha. Appreciate you pulling up, sir.
All right.
I believe Republicans and Democrats are two wings of the same bird that spouts the same crap. The only difference is they switch back and forth between good and bad cop.
Well, that's just the overall topic. I could go even further into it. I'm sure a lot of people don't know who Bill.
Oh, I can go a lot deeper too.
I got a story. Hold on, Charlie. I got a story about that too. Now that you mention it, I bought a pair of pants from Men's Warehouse. I'm still mad about that. I bought the pair of pants, right? I know what you're talking about. I bought the pair of pants and I held on to the receipt. I bought the pair of pants on Monday. I was gonna buy it on Amazon, but I'm like, you know what? I need the pair of pants today, and I want to dress it and fit it. So I bought it. The guy sold it to me. Same guy, right? First day I put on the pair of pants, it ripped right in between. It ripped right in the middle, like right in between when I sat down. So I'm like, okay, I just got another pair of pants I had. I put that on and went to work for the first day. I came back next day and I went to the store and I told the guy, listen, you just sold me this pair of pants. I put it on first day and it just ripped. And he's like, oh, we don't do like returns. I'm like, what you mean you don't do returns? And he prints out this receipt. And I'm guessing he wasn't expecting me to read it. So I read the receipt and I said, it literally says that you have this, that they accept returns, but you got discretion. So are you going to give me my money back or not? And he's like, nah, I'm not going to give you your money back. What you can do, though, is you can wait 2 weeks from now when the tailor comes and then he's going to stitch it and then give it back to you. I'm like, nah, just give me my money back because this isn't even something a tailor can fix. And this is shit. So we get into an argument over it and the guy banned me from the store. And after he banned me from the store, I go back home and I call corporate office and I explain to them what happened and how the guy banned me from the store. And they're like, oh, we're sorry, but we still can't give you a refund.
That's
right?
Great.
So I told the lady, I'm like, listen, if you bought a brand new pair of Converse or Nikes and the first day you put them on, they rip. And then you call Nike and then they tell you, no, we'll stitch it back to you and give it back to you. Would you be okay with that? This bitch told me yes. She told me yes. So you,
Of course, you're gonna say that.
Right.
I'm like, listen, you buy something new and then now you just sold me something used. I buy it like new, but then you give it to me used, right? So I'm like, okay, so if you had a phone, you get it, you bought a new iPhone, you get it at the box, the sound doesn't work. And then Apple's like, you know what?
we're not gonna give you your money back, but what we can do is we can send this back to the factory, and if you wait 2 weeks, we'll send it right back to you.
They're going to send it to warranty repair instead of give you another one.
Yeah, yeah. And I'm like, would you accept that? Like, you just spent money on a new
Or she
iPhone.
said yes.
I was like, yeah, it's not a big deal.
That's
I
just
couldn't cuss the lady out, but I'm just like, you know what? Just kind of
she's lying for her company, but that's the whole thing. She's not going to agree with you simply because they're paying her a check. You're not.
Right. And that's what
it mainly depends if the product can be repaired under the warranty or whether it's damaged or it's lost its value.
Well, if you got something and it ripped, like say, I used to listening to this motivational thing and it was talking about how America is like, so this, that, and the third. It was like, you're buying toys for your kids that can't even withstand the strain of being unwrapped before it's broken, before something break on it. You know what I mean? And and like I said, that's not the whole thing because I don't want to become that guy. But at the same time, we shouldn't have to be like the little guy that these billion-dollar conglomerates could just take advantage of and say, haha, what are you gonna do? You know what I mean? Like with the Bill Ackman thing. I'm sure a lot of you guys don't know who Bill Ackman is, but he's a billionaire and he has something to do with the opioid crisis and stuff like that. Made so much money off of billions of dollars, they only find him a couple $100 million. When you break the law at a certain status in life, you just get to pay your way out of jail. Opposed to a person that makes a mistake and you're not extremely rich, you have to go to jail.
Yeah. Bill Ackman, I know who you're talking about. That wasn't even the first time he got in trouble. The white community be on his neck, and he got in trouble again during the pandemic for insider trading. So what he did is he put a bunch of options and he dumped them into the market. He put $2 billion in, and then the next day after the market dump, he sold them all. And then CNBC was asking him, well, you don't think what you just did was market manipulation? And he's like, well, I was just a little concerned about it. And then, I calmed down. And then people just kind of looked at him like, bro, are you serious? So you just dumped $2 billion. You made $1 billion on it. And then you turned around to trade the next day. And then you want to say that you weren't trying to manipulate anything.
Right.
So it's stuff like that. It's stuff like that. I know what you mean. It's a two-tier justice system.
Yeah. And furthermore, that's going to, because like I say, we didn't damn near started that conversation tonight, but like I say, the panel tomorrow night supposed to be a little bit more not verse, but diverse, for lack of a better term. But that's going to lead to is having dual citizenship or having a passport somewhere else. Is it worth it? Should you be able to have a backdoor to what's going on here? You know what I mean? So yeah, for sure.
I know what you ever get the feeling in America sometimes.
Drop your Cash App so my mom can run your Cash App, bro.
Okay, for sure.
So how
with business, he'll drop everybody.
How deep do you really want to go into that topic?
Well, once again, right now you sound like what this is, open chat. You say, what's your Cash App? Open chat. I don't. Do I supposed to click on open chat, Ronan?
No, just give me your Cash App or drop it in your line.
It's at the bottom of the screen. It's on the ticker. Is Mr. Malopoulos 601
right there? It's scrolling across the bottom of the screen. Hook him up. All right, go ahead.
For sure. Definitely appreciate that. But yeah, no, like I say, we you sound like KB last night when we was talking about, when I was bringing up tonight's subject. KB was ready to dive into it, but it's just the whole thing of what's going on here in this country. And are we as valued as we once was?
No, you're right, Charlie. You see, the problem that I tend to feel like with America is I think America, we reach a point where adults can't have adult conversations anymore, in my opinion. They
can censor you. They can censor you. Some people that come on the internet that they don't belittle anybody, they don't threaten anybody, they don't even use profanity, but because of what they're talking about, they get censored.
Yep.
So that's something that we also got to tread a fine line on that, because I don't want no trouble. They
Well,
sit outside, man. I
that's
don't want no
that
trouble.
was for the next. That's for the topic tomorrow. But what I was getting at, do you want to talk about like what they consider the elites that runs the world and stuff like that, or do you just want to stay in basic conversation within America?
Well, we don't have to get like super deep into it because once again, this is the travel community. That's why I'm trying to link it to like dual citizenship and like having a plan B and things of that nature because it's going to all tie back to traveling. But we don't want to get too specific on it. For one, to where like to speak about the powers that be, they have power. You know what I mean? More power than some of us just regular YouTubers out here that's trying to figure
Yeah,
out.
so I was just trying to see where you was going, and so I know how to reword it in a different way where it pertains within to America itself.
Okay.
Yeah,
And
certain
don't get
people.
me wrong, I still think America is a great place. Like, say, my whole goal is here just to set up my money system here to go and live my best life somewhere else. You know what I mean? So don't get me wrong, but
Oh,
at,
I don't hate America.
yeah, I don't never want to come off as that. Ronan, you look like you wanted to add into that.
No, I mean I'm coming back to America. What you mean?
Oh, okay, okay.
Temporary. It ain't permanent.
So yeah, no, that's my thing. I don't hate it, not even in the least bit. But it's just that my thing
I
is
don't.
when I go over to the DR and I see these people work twice as hard as Americans do for the most part on the surface part, that what it looks like. Well, they work twice as hard as Americans do, just period, for less pay, and for some reason they seem happier. And that just got me to thinking, like, how are we in this rat race in one of the best countries that's to ever exist, and everybody's walking around like zombies? You know what I mean? Like is there's no happiness involved. Like even when I be on the plane back to America, it's like, man, back to the grind.
My cousin has something that he said about that too. He said, the theory he had was he was like, because he's from Haiti and he moved here. The theory he had is like America is just an awful place to be poor because you're surrounded by so much that you're reminded every single day what you don't have. But when you're in the DR, everybody's poor around you. Everyone you know is poor. Everyone is just trying to do everything they can. But when you're in a place where you can literally just leave your neighborhood,
A mindset. Let's get out of that, bro. I'm sitting in a country right now where they barely make $300 to $500 a month, and these motherfuckers got smiles on their faces and they're pleasant. That's a
Yep.
mindset. You're living toward whatever the society dictates as your fucking success, and you brought into it instead of thinking outside the box and understanding your happiness comes from you. You set your own level of expectation. Don't live towards somebody else's level of expectation.
Happiness begins from within yourself before you.
That's why you're fucking miserable, because you're living towards somebody else's goals and not your own. What is your fucking goal? Your level of success. I talk to millionaires all the time. What's your fucking number where you're going to stop and say, I got a fucking enough? Same thing with your happiness. Where are you getting your happiness from? Is it from your children? Is it from your job? What is it that causes you to be happy?
I like that. I like that.
It has nothing to do with I'm 6 figures, I'm over 6 foot. I have all those things. What's that got to do with anything? So many people commit suicide every day and they're fucking successful as hell. They got all the kind of money in the world. There were actors that killed themselves. Military guys killed themselves 27 a fucking day. So it's not about fucking money. Y'all got to get out your heads about that shit. You really need to get in your head and figure out what makes you happy. Stop living towards everybody else's perception of what success is and live towards your own. And then you'll walk around every day with a smile on your face.
Yep. I tell people I do what makes me happy, regardless what the world expects from me. As long as I'm not hurting anybody, I'm going to do what makes me happy. No regrets. And
I would agree with. Oh, my bad, Adam.
If the world disagrees with that, then they can stick it where the sun don't shine.
I mean I tend to agree with Ronan for the most part, but a lot of and I think the key part to take from that is you need to figure out what it is for you and almost like deprogram because from day one you almost I think I related to I seen this where y'all guys remember back in the day they was like wife swap and like say this wife from a city
I remember
family
that show.
suburban. Say that again.
I said I remember that show. That shit was dangerous.
Yeah, it was because here's the thing. I seen that and I almost learned a life lesson from it because this suburban mom traded places with this Amish mom. And when she traded places with the Amish mom, she really felt bad that the kids was out there working all day and doing this all day, working in the field and didn't have any games. So she told the husband, well, since I'm here, we got to do the things this way. No more kids working all day. She went to the store while they was out learning or working in the field and bought like game systems and TVs and stuff like that. It's just things for kids to do, I guess. And the kids told her, it wasn't even the father. The kids told us, like, this is what we think is fun. This is what we know to be our lives, and we are okay with that. And I'm saying that to say we have been brainwashed so much to where we think the path that we're on is happiness, and it's not. It's the pursuit of money.
Yep.
And
who do
that
you
don't
think
equate to happiness.
What do you think put that pursuit in your mind? Society, corporations, whoever's controlling the media. All those
Government,
reset.
everything.
That was the whole idea behind education in the first place. If we really think about it, it was to educate you enough so you could work in the fucking factories.
Yeah.
What most people spend their whole life chasing money, and then when they finally have enough to enjoy life, they don't have. They have not much life left to live to enjoy it.
Mhm.
You know, you,
I
you
agree.
have you have to decide what's right for you. For every person, that is different.
And you guys are almost making me rethink the whole thing just because I don't like say I don't want it to turn like into a hate thing to where it seems like I'm protesting because here like you guys I've shared some of my medical history with you guys and when I was younger and I was going through it people's like man you got such a good attitude. I don't know if I was your age and I was going through what you was going through I would be able to be as happy as you are. And I say, man, I'm just focused on years. And if this would happen to me 30, 40 years ago, it would have been a death sentence. You know what I mean? And I'm just lucky that I think that happened last night too. Anytime you're ready to come back up, Ronnie, you know you welcome. But I was telling you, if this would have happened to me years ago, this would have been a death sentence. So I'm thankful that this technology exists for me to live longer because otherwise I wouldn't even been here. And I was saying that one day while I was in the actual clinic and stuff, and it was a dude there beside me. He said years ago, he said, bro, it's people today that stay on the other side of the world that if this happened to them, it's a death sentence. It's not just what time it is, it's your location is too. So you could be thankful for that. I was like, damn. You know what I mean? So you
What
never actually know. Go ahead.
what might break you, Charlie? What might break you might not break me, and that goes for Paul B. It goes for Ronan, and it goes for Canine. Everybody everybody has the limits and that certain tolerance for certain things, certain levels of tolerance for everything, and that varies between person to person.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, I feel I feel like in America, for example, I feel like most American, the average American citizen, in the citizen is nothing more than a tax number. And when you no longer have any value to the system, they ready to keep you on to the side.
Yeah, yeah, that's a fact, and I agree with that. But like I say, I don't know. I don't want to like challenge people so much to where they feeling like extreme one way or the other. It's just another way of thinking about it. Having you a plan B or having you uh, uh, a point of like how much is enough. You know what I mean? Like if I had to go somewhere and survive off $2,500 a month, could I do it? You know what I mean? Do I got and it all plays into finances, mindset, all of that. You know what I mean? Just because for me, um, I feel like I'm blessed just to wake up. One of the most beautiful women that I've ever had the pleasure of having in my life, man. She was extraordinarily beautiful. I'm talking about beautiful skin, beautiful face. Her body was like a model. And I couldn't do it just because of her outlook on life. Like, say, for you to wake up mad, like, what did you dream about? For you to in the morning you mad. We ain't even said nothing and you're mad. I can't do it. I'd rather
Get
be looking female.
Get Ronan to talk about in the Philippines the women that have campo. He can tell you a lot about that.
Is that the same thing where you just wake up mad? I just can't do it because every morning, this is the way I look at that. I'll just say land is playing 15, 20 seconds. Mm-hmm. Every morning the world go to sleep or this side of the world go to sleep, somebody's not going to wake up. And I'm just happy my number wasn't called.
Facts.
That's enough to be happy about in my eyes. So there's that, but I digress.
There's people out in the world, it doesn't matter what you do for them, they're always going to be grateful.
Yeah, agreed.
But
I mean, my background is in insurance, so I talk to people every day about life and death, you know, and how short it can be and how quickly you're replaced. So once you start talking about that every day and you get into self-realization, you know, I've had different clients where they're so worried about their significant other, but they're the ones that contracted cancer and died. They're trying to cover the one person, and the other person died. You get what I mean? So there's all kind of comment. Nobody knows anything, man. Actuarials are actuarial for a reason. You're actually literally figuring out life expectancy based on what you do every day. That's what an actuarial does. It just crunches numbers on the odds on you dying. That's what a life insurance policy is. They're betting on how long you're going to pay into the premium versus how long you're going to live. And based on your life, based on what you do, based on the extracurricular activities you do, and all those other factors, there's a number they have in their head, and they already know it.
And
you're not doing anything that has not been figured out in life. That's the thing. As you get into that realization, you're like, there's nothing in the world that you're doing different than somebody else that came before you. Literally. We're all hamsters in a fucking maze. You can pick and choose whatever direction you want to go. But believe me, all directions have been taken.
Your only value is if you can keep running on that hamster wheel. Once you can't do that, they're going to toss you in the trash can or flush you down.
Now, the idea is to get off the hamster wheel and play your own game.
Yep. That's what I did.
Yeah. But how, though? You know what I mean? I think, like, say, in a lot of cases, it's easier to tell a person to do something. Like, say, when I was in that probably was a lazy part of me. But when I played like sports in school, I've always gravitated to the coach that was out there. He's like leading from the lead, opposed to a leader that leads from the rear. Now I get war and reason why and things of that nature, but it does something different for your brain and your camaraderie and things of that nature. So shout out to Tam. How you doing, love? But yeah, that's just my thing on that. Shout out to the panel, and the chat. Love me some Tam. But yeah, you can you hear me, Ronan?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. It just went silent for a minute, but yeah, no, and you guys know that's more or less what I'm pushing as well, is to become better men. You know what I mean? I think, like, say, we live in a society of weak men or weaker men. You know what I mean? To where, like, so much so to it's okay for a man to feel like he's a woman now. And I don't want to get into that because that's a whole different conversation. But over here, that's what I want to foster: men being men, us holding each other accountable, saying, oh, you said you're going to do this and you didn't do it. You need to be held accountable.
Well, that's what's so complicated about it. There's no perfect formula that suits everybody. If it was, everybody would be happy in life.
I agree, but at the same time, would you also agree is certain ways that men need to carry themselves? because it's certain
Yeah.
being a man is dangerous. That's why I always use the formula, the synopsis, or the metaphor of if you and another man was sitting across from the bar and he kept on staring you in your face, it'll feel like danger so much to where you would have to be like, why? And it'll be different than if that man was a beautiful, attractive woman looking in your face. It's different. So by that, I'm saying men have different guidelines and bylaws that we have to follow. Just like when we was in Colombia, one of the friends that was with us, he was talking about he was a guy of shorter stature. He was like, a dude just walked up to him and snatched him up. And then when other people started paying attention, he started laughing, talking about he just playing. I said, bro, I don't care where you at in the world. A man snatching up another man is never a playful thing. You can't go to Afghanistan and snatch a man up. You can't go to China and snatch a man up. It's something that's universal about that. So we got universal rules as means that we got to abide by, in my opinion.
Well, you have
I see what you're saying, Charlie, but I think it's
you.
more like how do I explain this? I see what you're talking about, but I see what's going on really is, most things nowadays are detached from their consequence. You might only get consequences for something that you persistently do, or if you do something wrong, you might only see consequences years down the line. For a famous example of this is maybe I don't want to get political, but the president too. There was a time where he's known down here in South Florida where he could hire you for a job, you do the job, and he just doesn't pay you. And there's a lot of people down here who went bankrupt. Now, if you were in Haiti and you did something like that, or somewhere where you have like a tight knit community, you get killed for something like that easily. There was somebody
Hey,
who.
guys, yeah, I forgot. Let's stop using those type of
Oh,
terminologies.
sorry. You
Like
you would
word,
get like
yeah,
deleted for something like
unalive,
that.
deleted.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. So it's like over here, it's kind of like you can have a situation where you're in an argument, someone slaps you. If you do something back, hey, you both could go to prison. So now people are just kind of like more wary, where it's just like, even though you might know that the other person is wrong for what they did, they might have lawyers or they might have something to where you just back off. And the thing that would have corrected that person at that moment, the consequences, that person never gets to experience it because they're protected.
well, I get that, but we have to agree just because something is accepted, don't make it right.
Oh,
No.
of course, but I'm saying like you could see it visually sometimes when you look at, what Gen Z and young people are like looking at, even streamers, for example. Like, let me give you an example. There was a streamer, I think, like a few years back. What he would do is he would record himself going to like a restaurant, and then he would just start stealing their tips, stealing these people's tips. I don't know what country you couldn't do that in a place like Colombia. People would stomp on you, right? Like you couldn't do that. But America's becoming such a place where it's like you can do practically almost anything, and you're not gonna face immediate consequences. People are gonna like restrain themselves, and then that person will go out and do the same thing over and over again because they never really dealt with real consequences
And
for the actions that they did.
I get that, but I think that comes from a lot of sways in leadership, because that's still a thing to where if you wrong a community, that community will deal with you. Like I spoke about the favelas in Brazil, there's zero crime there because there's no tolerance for crime. You break their laws there, your consequences is unaliving. You see what I'm saying? I get that. Like in the community to where people that wrong children, there's no and it could be proven that you wrong for children. I'm not just saying a woman accuse you, but it could be proven that you wronged a child. The penalty is unaliving. We'll have a lot less of that, opposed to you thinking this human being could be rehabilitated. We live in a world, we live in a society to where a person that is involved in a non-victim crime will get a harsher penalty to a person that took advantage of a child. So just because it's accepted, don't make it right.
Hey Charlie, Chairman, I want to say I appreciate you having me. Yep, I gotta take off. Shout out to Rolling Travel. Shout out to who's this expat living
Adam.
overseas. And okay, and Cardi B. All right, man. Shoot, I think y'all, Carl, and thanks for having me up, bro. I really
Man,
appreciate it.
anytime,
Yeah.
Now you know, anytime that you see me in this my panel, bro, feel free to pull up, man. My panel, your panel, bro, and I sincerely appreciate you pulling up and sharing the game with me as you've done numerous of times before.
All right, much love and respect.
Nice meeting you.
All right.
Yeah.
Nice too.
With that, also, guys, with that being said, too, I'm gonna close out in a few minutes. I didn't went already like almost an hour over.
I won't say anything more.
You good.
Thanks for having me on the panel.
No, you good. Like I say, we could go ahead and close out on this one, but like I say, I don't.
Whether you're a man or a woman, you are. Life is a never ending learning experience. You always got to work with your mind, your body, and your soul. You have to remove all the noise that's happening in the world. You have to look within yourself at the things that truly you value and that makes you happy. And you work on those. And how do you work on those? You do it through small, consistent steps to reach goals in life.
Mm-hmm.
Are you going to have setbacks? Are you going to feel like giving up? Sure, it happens to everybody. That's why I say success is paid with the failures of those who do not give up on themselves. And that's easier said than done.
Yeah. But let's just if I could just put things in the context more. I think the more that men was accepted as men, society was better off. Even if we looked in, like, say, the let's just say the white community back in the day, the men that they had to look up to was Chuck Norris. You know what I mean? Like, Chuck Norris was a man's man. Like, say, they got Chuck Norris jokes about how tough he was. They was like, they could never name a street Chuck Norris. And the person was like, why? Because nobody would ever cross Chuck Norris. You know what I mean? Things like that. Like, back in the day, like, say, we had people to look up to, like Wesley Snipes,
Bruce Lee, Arnold Schwarzenegger.
All of them was being men. Nowadays, we got women that's in these movies that's killing. That's can't say that word, but they're physically beating up 10 trained men.
And we all know it is fantasy.
Yeah, we all know it's fantasy, but this is what they're feeding our youth. This is what she could do it too. God didn't make her like that. She could outdo men in certain things, but not in this.
Modern society is teaching everyone to hate men for just being themselves. And they're not a bad person. You know, they're just trying to be a good person, that not letting anybody take advantage of them. They're just trying to live life like everybody else.
Yeah.
Now now everything is the man's fault, yet the woman, when it comes to women, a lot of times they get away with the actions because they're women, they're emotional and stuff like that. They're not held accountable.
You know the thing too, because you touched on something good there too, Adam. And this is something that I really believe, and I've told people this for years. Because I remember when I was in high school, I was 14 or 15 at the time, and I had a buddy who was the same year as me. He used to play basketball. We're talking in the hallway, and he was telling me this woman was 32 or 33 with 3 kids. She was a substitute teacher, and he's like, "Oh, I can't believe I lost Miss Daniels' phone number." I'm like, "What you mean you lost her phone number?" It's like, "Yeah, she gave me her phone number that one time, and said to call her and stuff like that, but I just didn't call her." And I'm like, "What?" And you see a lot of those situations where I really do believe that there is like a whole class of some of the most dangerous women out there. Dangerous like you wouldn't believe, but because society doesn't see that from a woman, or they don't think it exists, we just kind of we just ignore it. Like, I think the current case that's going on in the government, that lady, that the Voldemort's wife, bro. I
That sounds
think
like Harry Potter.
because I can't say his name. I can't say his name. You
Oh,
know, because
okay.
YouTube. You know, Voldemort's wife.
Right.
I think she's probably one of the most evil people on this planet. But when people see like a very feminine face, it like their mind goes to sleep. That is me
Yeah,
though.
for sure. Yeah, no, for sure, for sure. And like say, I'll say this, and then we can start to close out. I think, like say, decline of society and things of that nature. Like say, and I can tell you, like this is something that I've just necessarily seen. Participation trophies. Like I remember when they tried to give my brother's son some participation trophies, and he went the hell off. He was like, "Why the hell are y'all giving them trophies? They lost. Losers don't deserve trophies. If they get trophies for losing, what's going to be the incentive to get better? You don't need no participation trophy. You know you participated. Why would you want a room full of eighth place trophies? It's only 8 places to get, and you in the last one, and you got a trophy. But the difference is when a boy loses and his mom's there, when the game is over, the mom talk about how the referee didn't like the team. The mom talk about how the other kid on the kid on the other side of the ball, like he was much bigger, didn't look like he was their age. Opposed to a father being there, it's like, no, y'all lost because you wasn't playing your part. The defense was weak. You kept on letting him do the same thing over and over again. No, we're not going to McDonald's. We're going to run some drills. It's a difference.
Yeah,
What it do,
I
Rico?
agree.
You want to chime in on that, Ronan?
On which one?
Just the whole thing, like I was saying, Charlie, a good dad. And the crazy thing about it is, I got a little girl. You know what I mean? So I've been very active in my nephews' and them lives and things of that nature. But I teach. You know what I told my daughter about dating and picking a boyfriend? I
What's
said,
that?
pick somebody for you that you would pick for your daughter. So if you accept it for you, you are essentially accepting it for your daughter. If you don't want her being with a hoodlum, you don't be with a hoodlum. And I try to be the man that I would want her the type of pick. I try to carry myself well, speak well, be respectful, and demand my respect.
That's the sad part of the world. A
Here's
lot
the
of
thing.
people today chase shortcuts that steals tomorrow's progress. They go after the shortcuts because it's in the now, it's easy, but in the long run, it winds up hurting them in the future.
I don't even know if that's true. I don't that last part, anyways.
And on the way.
Oh, I've been seeing a lot of people destroy their lives.
I know, but like when at least for my generation, when I look at people like the famous people that we all kind of know about, like a Logan Paul, or we look at someone like Kim Kardashian, like you look at someone who, by every stretch, you would think like they did everything wrong, and that society tells you you're not supposed to be like them, but they seem to be living lives that people dream of. When people see
Um,
that, they're like, why do I have to be like that when I can be like that and achieve this success? I
you
could be like
said
that and be like a streamer and make all this money and do what I want to do
But that's
anyway.
not a proven world to success, though.
you said Kim Kardashian, and who's the other person?
Logan,
The
he's
Paul brother.
another. Yeah,
You can
yeah.
say the Paul
See,
Paul
what
brother.
might blow your mind, I never watched them, nor care to watch them, because I don't base my life on what other people do.
I mean, but
Now,
that's
if
a
I want,
different.
if I want to get ahead in the life, I look at people doing the things that how I want my life to be, and then I ask them for advice, the ones that are successful.
Mm.
It's like dating. If you're going to date somebody or get in a marriage, or you're going to ask somebody that is constantly breaking up and having broken relationships, and tons of divorces and stuff like that, or you're going to look at somebody that is successfully dating for many years, or somebody that has been married for long. Which one do you think is going to get the best advice?
It depends
The,
on who you're emulating, though. Who do you think is actually successful in that? What's your idea of what that person's success level is compared to your own morals and ethics? There's a lot of things you can do for money, but who are you looking up to?
Well, take for example, like if you've been divorced several times, and mainly that happens because a lot of times people ignore red flags. You know, sometimes it's just the other person changes and all that. But you have to, most people that are successful, like even with money, you're not going to talk to somebody that's flat broke. You're going to talk to people, you're going to learn from people that has the experience or like that. Like when we was talking about, like rental property and stuff like that. When I first started that, I got me a financial advisor to help me. I kind of knew what I wanted to do. I kind of knew that it worked, but I wasn't sure about all the details. I didn't know all the information. I ain't going to go to somebody that don't own houses to tell me how to run. I'm going to go to an expert or somebody that has the experience in it. And their advice is based on their life experiences and stuff that they learn.
Brother.
But it also doesn't mean that it's right for you. You have to determine what's right for you in the end.
I see what you're saying, Adam, but when people, even in the property game or whatever, you know, I see people more gravitating towards someone like Grant Cardone than, you know, going and talking to their financial advisors.
Well, what I will say about that, I'm pretty sure it's in the book of Richest Man in Babylon when they was talking about like diamonds and like even horse racing and stuff like that. They said, don't go to a brick mason to understand how diamonds are. Go to the diamond man to understand how diamonds work. Don't go to a goddamn blacksmith to understand horse racing. Go to the horse racer to understand horse racing. You know what I mean? Because everything looked good from the outside looking in, but a lot of people, it just sounds good. You know what I mean? So there's that. That's why I say over here at least is I try to be that example that I preach. You know what I mean? But
hey, you gotta
Ronnie,
read that.
you want to read that comment from the Gangster Lifestyle? Shout out to the Gangster Lifestyle.
Salute to Gangster Lifestyle, my brother. Happy birthday to you. His birthday's tomorrow, even though he did a live cast tonight. Salute to you, brother. He said, yo, I'm on silent, so I can't hear what y'all are saying, but I'm just letting you know, don't ever let Yoga on your panels. He showed explicit content on my panel tonight, and this is his birthday panel. I thought you weren't going to let him up, bro. I thought you were like, no Yoga tonight. What happened?
Damn, I'm sorry to hear that, bro.
I left the room. He had Danica Marie come in the room and show him some love. He had some people.
Shout out to Big Games, man. Another big dog in this space, man.
But
I'll say happy birthday.
Yeah, I remember when I was in the room earlier before I left, you were like, nah, Yoga, don't, you ain't coming up. And then what you do? Change your mind, and then he just did you up, huh?
They say you gotta listen to your first mind, but
yeah, bro, you should have
listen to your gut instincts.
Yeah, you should have kept him off your. Yeah, I know. Look, Yoga brings a lot of controversy and toxicity sometimes. Even though he can talk on a high level as far as intelligence, he still comes with some pain and suffering from whatever he has to deal with in his life, bro. I have to tell you that. I get that energy from him all the time. And you would think from somebody that's trained to be a fighter and learn how to release some of that shit, he would come with a calmer demeanor. And unfortunately, he doesn't. Comes with a very aggressive demeanor. All right, no problem. You don't have to come up, but I appreciate you letting us know. I haven't let him up on one of my panels in a while, but yeah, I can't believe he did that. He did that on purpose then, but he's been messy for a while now.
Oh, wow.
He's in the rooms and drop people's information that you're not even clear if he wanted to drop it. Like he came in a room one night and he did a thing where it wasn't even the conversation. It wasn't the topic. He goes, shout out to BMT Live. His girlfriend's pregnant. And congratulations on his marriage. I'm like, wait a minute. What the fuck? Why would you come in a whole room that has nothing to do with that and start dropping information on somebody else?
That's crazy.
Wow. I tell everybody, anything you don't want anybody to know, do not tell a soul.
Well, no, I think what Ronan is saying, you come to a whole nother man's platform to
Right.
shout out somebody else's platform, and you don't even know like how he
And then
feel
you
about
drop
that.
dirt. Yeah, being messy.
Right.
That's
Yeah.
not necessarily a thing you're supposed to be doing, but hey, but
Yeah,
yeah.
that's like with the gentleman that came over here to tell on Uncle Rico, like, nigga, I'm not his principal. What you want me to do?
Right.
I can't suspend him from
Oh, you talking
YouTube.
about Carlos Red. You talking about Carlos Red at this point.
Yeah, he's a weird. Like, he's no longer like welcome over here. But man, shout out to him. You know what I mean? It just doesn't. Then he telling me, tell him to come on my channel and debate me. Oh, I see what this is now. Yeah, no, we're not gonna do that, sir.
I say something untrue about you, and then you got to come in to debate me and clear up your name while I get the views from it.
Right. So yeah, no, shout out to my good brother Prime.
Probably one of the hardest things to do is learning how to channel your emotions into creating a positive outcome. And it's very hard.
Well, if I'm being honest, like far as this channel go and things of that nature, some of the best lives that I had is with a brother. I don't want to say his name just because we're past that phase, but is a brother coming up and just starting a lot of chaos over here, and people obviously gravitate to take chaos, but that's not what I'm trying to build over here. That's not what I'm trying to foster. If I was just trying to get numbers and things of that nature, sure, why not? But I'm trying to build something. Like, I think I was taught down south, any structure in the world is predicated on its foundation to be how strong it's going to be. So if you build something on a weak foundation, the whole structure is going to be weak. So I had to nip that in the bud right away. Even though we did numbers, that's not something that I can sustain.
Right.
Yeah. A house will crumble if it's built on a weak foundation. It always starts. Well, actually, it starts with. But
This is consistency of character and morality. You say you're one thing and then you turn out to be a whole nother thing, then you become the wolf in sheep's clothing. You were never that person to begin with. You lied to get where you were, and now where you're at, and you have the availability. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to say this, Charlie. I know you look up to him. Anton Daniels does that on a consistent basis. He flip-flops a lot on his word as a person.
I wouldn't say I look up to him, though. That's a little bit.
I know. Okay, I'm going to let you define it the way you define it. I know you're on his bag chasers. The only reason I said that.
Well, yeah, for sure. And I've been part of that because, like I say, when I originally signed up for it, he was giving some tax game in. Right. Just because, like I say, just because a dude, like I got friends to where I would take them to, like, say, if something went down and I had to go and we got physical with some people, like far as fisticuffs, I would take this certain amount of people, this certain person with me. But if it comes to going to a business meeting, this is not the person I'm taking to a business meeting. I got another friend for that. Just to say that all people are not for all situations, and saying that about Anton Daniels, he's not for everything. But when it comes to business, when I hear him talk and I listen to the game that he put down and he does shows receipt, he tend to be like on point with that. But far as a person that's like keep their word and stuff like that, he's probably not that guy. And he has switched and flipped and stuff like that far as a public image, but that just is what it is. But I wouldn't say I look up to him.
Oh, okay.
What's the sad thing is, what's the sad thing is misery creates profit and business is good. People buy into the drama and stuff like that. Most people ain't worried about that you having a happy life with your wife. They want to hear that she's divorcing you, taking everything that you have, cheating on you and stuff like that. They want to hear the drama part. They don't want to hear the good stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And the other thing, a lot of people sell drama for clicks and views, sell soft porn on YouTube and stuff for clicks and views.
I think we got to say corn. We got to say corn with the C.
Okay, soft corn.
Yeah.
Well,
and that would, like say, we seen a person channel get took for that because he's doing exactly what you described, but like
Gamio or Gumio? That
Yeah,
guy, right?
yeah. That dude. That dude.
Charlie.
Yes,
Like
sir.
you can do like two streams. You can do one on YouTube and you can do another one on Kick. It's
Right.
called Kick. On YouTube, you talk
Yeah,
about the
yeah,
general
don't-
stuff.
Yeah,
But-
don't go on detail on that. You don't have to go on detail with that. We get it. Yeah, you can simulcast.
On Kick, you can be a little bit more open with what you say.
Right. I've heard that, and I am going to sign up for those alternative platforms. Like, shout out to the good brother Ronan. He helped me to see, like, bro, if you're making the content anyway, why not put it in other places? It's already made.
Well, like Kick is done with live streams, so that's good for the live stream. That's what you're mainly doing right now.
Okay.
They also have another one called, I think it's called Rumble.
Yeah.
And
One I simulcast.
and I'm not sure what their policies are.
I do Rumble and YouTube at the same time when I go live. When I go live on my channel. And the Rumble is almost the same rules. You only need 5 subscribers to be monetized on Rumble. 5. That's it. You're 100% monetized. Now, you're not going to get full monetization if you're simulcasting on YouTube because they want to market your stuff to YouTube and they'll give you a kickback on that. But if you're not worried about monetization as far as you're getting views right now, then it's just another exposure. What you can do on Rumble, though, is if you want to do, like, I'm going to do a new show on Rumble that deals with game theory. In game theory, I want to show different game shows and why people make choices, irregardless of what their needs are. Like, let's say Mr. Beast has a game called Beast Games, right? You can win $5 million. People will get down to player number 10 out of 200. All of a sudden, they'll throw themselves on a knife because they think the person next to them deserves money. You don't went through 180 people to get down to the final 20, final 10, and then you're going to eliminate yourself because you feel like somebody else. Then why did you waste your time? You should have took the payout a long time ago and got out the game. You get what I mean? But the reality behind the heroism, being on camera, this is all game theory. But on that show that I'm going to do on Rumble, I can actually show the actual episode because there's no copyright violation. You can show movies on Rumble. There's no copyright violation. So you can get away with a lot more. A lot of people that get kicked off of YouTube go to Rumble because there's not a lot when it comes to the copyright violations on playing real, like, recent information, movies, or whatever. It doesn't matter. You can simulcast that on Rumble.
But maybe you can answer this. I still believe right now YouTube is probably the best platform to make money as a content creator. Is that still true, or has that changed?
To tell you the truth, I would say OBS.
OBS?
Best platform, not platform, but app that you can use because it's independent. You can get money directly paid to you through OBS. It doesn't matter what channel you're on, whether you're simulcasting through OBS on YouTube or Rumble or whatever. It has its own pay system.
I have to look.
For 10% on OBS through PayPal. So
I heard.
Yes, you're only paying 10% out of whatever your profits are on gifting, versus YouTube or somebody else is taking 30 to 40%, depending on the situation. You know, so
I heard.
Cash App is the best way. Obviously, Cash App or somebody paying directly into your PayPal, you're barely getting anything taken out of your percentage. Like when I get my checks on the 21st, obviously YouTube is getting their cut first. They didn't do anything to make that. They're a hosting platform that gets paid out. That's what they're gaming, you know?
Yeah. I heard people talking about OBS on other lives, but I never really looked into it. I have to.
Well, you can use the simulcast on, like I use Restream. Then you can simulcast on a whole bunch of channels all at once. The main thing is the app that you're doing is like OBS will do the same thing as Restream, but OBS has its own direct pay system. You're not relying upon Rumble. You're not relying upon YouTube. You can just push everybody to your PayPal, you know, or whatever other paywall that you got, your Cash App or whatever you have set up outside of that. You can even run them to, like I have, buy me a cup of coffee. That's outside of YouTube. YouTube does not control that. You get that
Yeah,
money.
I've seen that.
You get that money instantaneously, like you would know, Charlie. When somebody sends you a cash app, you ain't got to worry about YouTube.
Listen,
You ain't got to worry about YouTube taking 30% off your top. You get what
that's
I'm
why.
saying?
My apologies. I didn't mean to cut
No,
you
fair.
off. No, that was saying that's why I'm kind of skeptical because, like, say, I do have a couple supporters here and there, and like, say, especially when I was running my marathon, like to know what YouTube would have took from that is almost like it's almost discouraging. You know what I
It is.
mean?
But you got to wait for your money. It's not instantaneous. You got to wait
Not
till
even
you're
just wait for them to take 30% of it and they didn't do anything. That's come on, man. That's like I'm on the block and I'm hustling your pack or something.
That's why
Like
a
you
lot of
just
people push. That's
Sounds like the government.
That's why a lot of people push their cash apps, their Patreons. That's why they push their PayPals. They push whatever paywall they want you to run through outside of YouTube. They run their affiliate marketing links through YouTube and get you outside of YouTube to pay them.
yeah.
You get what I mean? Because they don't want that involvement. You don't have to have YouTube take your money. You can have them, and people that are loyal to you will go and hit that paywall. They'll go hit PayPal. They'll go hit the Cash App. They'll go do what they need to do because they understand. Why would you want YouTube to take your money? They're supporting you, not YouTube.
Exactly.
Well,
So
So the biggest thing about YouTube is really before you even monetize, you should be affiliate marketing. You should have your own like shirts and everything that you can put people on behind a LinkedIn link. And not a LinkedIn link, but a Linktree link, and take them to your server where they can buy your T-shirts and your merch and all that other stuff outside of YouTube, and that gets negotiated through whoever you got your merch going through. You know, the
what,
big
Ronnie?
YouTube is getting your base and then marketing to them outside of the YouTube paywall.
Yeah.
That's how you really.
What I
Charlie,
was going to say about that? Yes, sir.
You remember when I was talking about taking care of the stray dogs in my area and maybe possibly buying land and stuff? I did a video on that. And then there I was talking about, I said I deal with a lot of stuff. It'd be sometimes nice to have a little extra help with money and stuff like that, for donations and stuff like that. That actually shows some of the dogs that I was helping and stuff like that. Also on my channel, I show where we had the flood in October, where I was up there helping doing things, help sandbagging and placing the sandbags, stuff like that, and helping families. Well, I didn't show the families or anything like that, but help them clean up. If they didn't have the money to fix the homes or whatever, I'll help them out a little bit and stuff like that. So,
Yeah, no, I'm with that. I'm definitely with that. And like I say, it's a beautiful thing because, like, and let's just say putting things in context before, like lame and lamer. That's what I call fresh and fit. They lame and lamer. You know, they say they were some of the top. What's that said? Super chatted community on YouTube, like millions of dollars, and they blew it. And I'm like, wow, if they was getting all of that like through Cash App, it probably would have like tremendously changed their bank accounts, even though they were still good and things of that nature. But what I was going to ask you, Ronnie, how do you feel about us doing a? I guess I could talk to you about that in the back office, so we don't have to.
If you're talking about doing a collab, we can do collabs all day.
I'm with that, man, because I really want to know like the t-shirt thing, because I have been working on some merch because I do my research, and they do say there's other ways to make money around YouTube other than just YouTube.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? So I'm like I want to get into like the t-shirt thing, like because I know you were saying that you would utilize a print on demand type of company, right?
Yeah. There's I think it's Amazon. You can get like a promotion gift code, or like you promote like Amazon. And if somebody use your gift code and buys through Amazon, you get a small percentage, like 1 to 3%.
Well, it depends on the product. It depends on your product, first of all. If you're in electronics, you're getting a certain percentage. If you're selling a book, you get a certain percentage. It depends on that. You get an Amazon affiliate link. You can market your own products. You can pick certain products you want to market yourself. You use your affiliate link. You can run those through either your description or whatever you want to do. But the trick is, it's like a lost leader for somebody to pull you into a store for a sale, right? If they go into there on your link, even though they might buy something you did not market, anything in that basket, when they push buy, you get the percentages on those commissions.
Yeah, I seen
Doesn't
something.
matter what it is. So
Yeah.
that's a great thing about the affiliate link. When they go in to buy, if they're in a buying mood, not only are they going to click on your product, but other products in that room. At the time when they buy, if you're the affiliate that brought them in the room, you get the associated commission with whatever brought them in that room that they bought.
Mhm. Yeah,
Yeah.
man. That's why I say I love this community, man. I definitely do, man, because it's not like people be over here trying to gatekeep and you know what I mean. Oh, I don't want to see you do well because I want to do well too. Like it's enough room for everybody to eat and gain weight, so to speak.
Well,
That just mean
I
we
say
eating good when we gaining weight. But go ahead.
living overseas, I'm in a position where I don't have to worry about money. I have, like, if I didn't make any income, I'll probably have more than enough to live the rest of my life here. The thing is, when I was starting my YouTube channel, it wasn't really about making money, which, I'm not making money anyway. It's small. It's nothing. It's nothing at all. But if it ever came big, if it ever became something, if I made any money from it, most of that money would go into helping people in true need and stuff like that. And of course, if up to multiple people, or I have to hire people to help out, because most people don't donate their time. You have to pay people to help you and stuff like that. But as far as like generating revenue for me, I'm not really too concerned about doing that. I'm not rich, but I'm happy and content.
Yeah.
But like I said, there's so many different angles once you have a YouTube channel. The biggest thing is you're a traveler, right? As long as you're filming your content and you're documenting your travels on YouTube, do you know you can write off or offset the cost of your flight, your hotel, your food, your excursion? All that shit can be written off. So at the end of the day, if you're doing it right, most of your trip bounced against your YouTube AdSense. Say you don't make a fucking dime off of your travel, that's a net loss.
Yeah.
That you get to run up against your earned income. So instead of you paying for a trip and actually taking the loss on the trip, not getting any YouTube, anything, it doesn't go against your earned income. But people don't think like that. Well, it was just a trip I'm going to go to. No, you just made a content. It just became business. Now you can write that shit off against your real income.
Yeah.
Well, just because I'm actually looking into that now, that actually come with some caveats, and like just say I'm not an expert in it, nor do I claim to be. This is not financial advice for internet entertainment.
Your mind is like really going crazy. Your mind, you ain't got no minds, man.
Yeah, no, I was waiting on Tam to handle that. I was just like, Tam, could you handle that?
I just read that shit. I was like, oh man,
yeah. I was waiting on Tam to handle that.
Wow.
Cause she usually be on it right away. Tam don't she don't play.
Wait, what happened?
There's a comment in his room.
Trolls. That's what it is, trolls.
Well,
Tam,
let's
should I
just say, like, for example, I'll start. Just say, for example,
Tam, either one of you guys, just if you want to.
I think you can bounce them out yourself. All you have to do is go into StreamYard and get rid of them.
Either StreamYard or you can go on YouTube.
Oh, it says he's on an airplane. Oh shit! Where are you flying to, Tam?
Oh, Tam, stay on the move.
Yeah, I know she acted like that.
Just say for
Go ahead.
Just say, for example, I'll start blowing up on YouTube and start getting money. Since I don't know all the nuances of that, I'll do like I did with my property. When I decide to buy properties, I'll probably talk to a financier about it. you know, if it's enough revenue, I'm generating enough revenue from it. And
Well, like I
he'll
said,
tell,
once you're monetized, you're monetized. If you're monetized on your YouTube channel and you're documenting your travels, that's a simple right.
yeah,
That,
I agree on that.
off your clothing, whatever you're wearing, all that shit is a percentage off.
Yeah,
your
Hotel,
what I was
lodging,
gonna say about
food,
that though, because I'm actively
transportation.
looking into that. You have to document it as it goes. You cannot like do it all and then document it on the back end because that hold little to no weight. You have to do it as you go.
You know what your documentation is? Your
They say your
visible
receipts and stuff like
content
that, but
on
you have
you.
to
No,
go ahead.
listen. Your documented information is the visible content you publish on YouTube. That's all you need to document. You have a YouTube channel. It's a LLC, a non-LLC. It's personally owned, right? Wholly owned subsidiary of you, right? And you're trying to, once you get monetized, it now becomes a business, right? You're getting a payout. Taxation, right? So you offset against your earnings, what it costs, your net gain on that, and that's your write-off.
Yeah.
Against your
Vernon,
income.
is that
If
true? Or
you're not making
that's one
money,
of your mods.
that's my
Uncle
mod.
Guns? Oh,
Uncle
okay.
Guns
Shout
is
out
my mod. He's been around forever. He's been around
shout out to
old
him. Like that makes sense.
Bedfield or Manosphere stuff. That he's the salt of the earth when it comes to mods.
Yeah.
I
That is
don't,
true what Ronan is saying. I guess the only caveat is as long as it's above your standard deduction. So if you're spending more than say 13,000 in charity and travel, then it would make sense. If
Well,
not,
let me see if I can show this one lady. I've been watching her content for some time now, and she's like a professional tax person. She generally will come up in. Oh, there she go. See, she come up in my algorithm. She talk about.
Yeah, Asian lady, and she's like a black hair Asian kind of lady.
Yeah. I think she's like Latin or something. Her right there. Let me see if
I think I know what you're talking about.
Oh,
he disappeared.
Out.
Yeah, I'm glad that I brought up some of the things I was talking about because by bringing it up, it helped me learn new things that I didn't know, and I really appreciate that. That's how you learn, and that's how you grow.
Yep, you have a in-home studio. Like I had a whole second bedroom in my house that was a studio.
Yeah, right now this is my bedroom.
My computer system, my audio system, all that shit went off as a write-off.
Yeah.
From my
So yeah, we could definitely talk about that more, especially if you have done it. You know what I mean? Because I would rather talk to somebody that have done it opposed to a person that's speaking in theory. Because from what I was told or from what like I learned from her, my Brazil trip, because I didn't like document it at the time of doing it, or even my camera and stuff.
Your credit card, your hotel stay, your food, everything is already documented. You forget you're all digital nowadays. You can go back
the receipts
and pull. You don't even need your receipts.
Well, everything's on credit card. You guys know I'm a big credit card guy.
Right. Everything can be pulled up. The history can be bounced against your content and time frames and everything else. The IRS wants to go and look at your fucking YouTube channel. That's all they have to do. It's verifiable. You stayed at a certain place. You spent this money on that during that time frame.
So Ron, real quick, this is something to where you have already like done your taxes on it, and you have reaped the benefits of what you're speaking of now, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what's up.
Ronan's talking from experience.
Anyways, good night, guys. It's about 12:30 here. I gotta go to work today. You guys have a good night.
Shout out to you.
Take care, kid.
Yeah.
Listen. I've been 1099 since 2011, bro. I don't work for people. People pay me to work with them. That's what insurance is. You're 1099. You're responsible for your own taxation. You're responsible for your own expenses. You're responsible for everything, even though you're selling somebody else's fucking product and using their name.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So I've been 1099 forever. What you think? I'm writing off my car expenses, my home office, everything that I'm doing. I'm writing that shit off against my earnings. Because I don't want to pay Uncle Sam a damn dime. Right. The game is not how much you make a year, it's how much you keep. and you have
That's
to
a
offset
fact. I know
some of your
that.
earning income with write-offs. You make six figures and you're taking some trips and you got a side hustle, which is called YouTube, and you're documenting your trips. Guess what? Write that off against your fucking earned income.
Yeah.
But you don't think like that. And if you're not
Well-
sitting there telling your CPA, hey, by the way, I have a YouTube channel and I've been taking trips and I've been documenting my trips, and I actually have content right here proving I was here, there, and there. And all he's going to say is, give me your credit card receipts, give me your flight information, give me. You give him all that stuff, he'll take that as an offset against your income based on how much you paid on your YouTube AdSense. If you didn't make a dime but you're monetized, that's a net loss.
Well, let me ask you this. I mean, because that is
So
good,
a
but
person
I'm not
starting.
monetized, Ronan, but I
Yeah,
have
well, once
made
you do,
money
yeah.
from my Cash App from YouTube. Is that also the same thing, or do I have to be monetized?
No. If you're making money, you're making money. But the whole thing is, what is your outlay right now against your Cash App?
I don't get
You're
what
not
you mean.
upside down yet. You get what I'm saying? The
Oh,
Cash
yeah.
App
So-
is profit.
So somebody starting out on YouTube, could they use that as a tax write-off if they promote
I'm not a
videos
tax.
and
I
trying
check
to?
with your CPA. If you did any kind of investment, like you got a Rodecaster Duo sitting here for your microphone, you got a computer, you got a lighting system, you got all this shit set up, lights in the back. Those are things that you built for a home business, right? Don't have to be an LLC. That's your own personal own business. So even though you're pulling in Cash App, did you pull in enough Cash App to pay yourself back for that equipment? And then what's the net receipts on your equipment? And what is the law when it comes to camera equipment? How long can you depreciate that? Is that an instant depreciation, or do you have to depreciate it over 5 years? Those are the things the CPA has to answer for you. But if you can show a net thing of receipts of all the equipment you brought because you just started a brand new business, even though you're not monetized, here's my initial outlay for my investment for my business. Here's all I in Cash App receipts, because you can pull it. Cash App sends you a monthly receipt because now they're tracking Cash Apps, right? The government is now tracking your Cash Apps and your PayPal. That's why you get a fucking monthly report through your Cash App and your PayPal now. So then you can take that report saying, hey, I received this amount of Cash Apps. Here's how much I spent at the beginning of the year for all my equipment. I haven't turned a profit where I'm monetized yet. How much of this can I write off against the receipts of my initial investment? But check with your CPAs. But yes, you can write something off.
I'm still checking to see if Thailand still has it, but they had they had introduced what they called a digital nomad visa in
Yeah,
Thailand.
they do have a digital nomad visa, and then they even have a YouTube / type of visa too. I think they just introduced. They have one here in the Philippines as well. Not only digital nomad, but here's the thing with the Philippines. The Philippines is like, look, we're not messing with your YouTube money. So that's not even considered a business here.
So yeah, I understand.
Yeah, for sure, man. Like I say, this is how, and I think Ronan, bro, you such a mastermind, because like I be like, I'm finna get off. Ronan be like, I'm finna pull up and drop some of this game on him, see what he gonna do then. You know, so, shout out to you, Ronan, man, because man, like I say, once again, you're a treasure trove of knowledge, man. And I appreciate it because you seem like you're speaking from a place of experience and not just research. A lot of things that I speak from, like when I talk about credit cards and things of that nature, I'm speaking from experience. Although it is a lot of research that goes into it, I speak from my my research. So my experience. So to speak to somebody else that's also operating like that, it's like almost like a breath of fresh air. Like he's not telling me something that's supposed to be theoretically true. He's telling me something that he have done and have receipts on. So that's something I appreciate about you, good brother.
You can tell that.
I've been independent since 2011. That's the scariest thing in the world. Nobody's doing shit for you when it comes to the people that you work with and work for. When you're 1099, they don't take out FICA tax. They don't take out shit. You're on your own. You don't pay into the Social Security system unless you automatically elect to do that shit on your own. You're cutting checks to the government. And then the government's looking to see whether you fucking owned up to everything you earned or they can find out whether you didn't. I've been playing this game since 2011, bro. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
So I've known every fucking loophole. Like if I made $100,000 commission, pay me on $5,000 checks once a week until you pay me out. Why would I say 5,000?
Yeah,
Because when you drop a certain amount of money in the bank, it is reportable to the IRS instantly. Just like if you win a certain amount of money at a casino, they have to give you a 1099 form so you can report that net win, right?
like the money,
$5,000. If you drop in less than $5,000 increments, guess what the IRS does not know? That you dropped in $4,999 into your bank account.
But wouldn't that be technically classified as positioning?
You say what you want to say.
Okay, I'm just asking.
Catch me doing that. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. We will. That's why I said the first. When I started to say something, I was like, yeah, no, that's a conversation.
What did Donald Trump say? Don't be mad at me because I know how to utilize the rules of the fucking game.
That's a fact.
And he also said, y'all doing the sex. He told all those rich people they doing the sex same thing he's doing.
Yeah, they like tell them to stop it, but she won't stop it because the people that support her are taking advantage of this.
I just told you I've dealt with millionaires for almost 10, 15 years. Who do you think is turning me on to this game? Of keeping your money in your pocket and not giving it to Uncle Sam.
Uncle who? You know what I mean?
Right.
So yeah,
you're my uncle, but I'm just saying. Yeah, he can be a clown all day, but he's circumvented using the tax system to his.
He's a rich clown.
Yeah.
I think how many billions is Donald Trump worth, and you calling him a clown?
Well, that's perceived billions. I mean, he's lied about that too. But I'm just saying, I agree with you. He is a clown in a lot of things, you know. But he's got the right people employed, right?
And not just that, just because you're like incompetent in one area, that's just like they say, just because you are a rocket scientist, you need to be good at financing. That's generally not the case.
There's a such word called an idiot savant. He's very smart in one thing, only, but he's the idiot in every goddamn thing else.
Yeah. It like I have looked into cases of that, man. I think those are very peculiar individuals. Like, say, it's a gentleman that he didn't read over 10,000 books, and he could if you start a sentence in either one of those books he could finish it from then on through the whole book, but he could never tie his own shoes.
He can tell you the book page, what paragraph it is, and damn near what number, letter, or word is in the paragraph. Yep. I know people like that. Yeah,
but he could never tie his own shoes.
Nope.
You see what I'm saying? Like he's excelled so much in one area, but lacks so much more in another area, to where that's what makes you an idiot savant.
And just to tell you, my background is in architecture, even though I never obtained my degree because my high school sweetheart got pregnant. But I've always been an out-of-the-box thinker. And if you know anything about architects, you make something out of nothing just from your imagination. You mechanically make it, mathematically make it stable enough that you build it. That's how my mind works. I can take difficult things and break them down to make them sound real simple.
That's what's up. So, man, we're going to continue this conversation again tomorrow night. Gentlemen, I'm finna have to go to bed in a minute because I gotta.
I mean, we're on the other side of the planet. We looking at you like, damn, you holding on like a big dog. You know what I'm saying?
What R. Kelly said in that interview, I'm fighting for my life.
It's 12:36 p.m. here in Thailand, and it's what 11:36 in Philippines.
It's 1:21. 1:21.
Oh, that's right. You're an hour ahead. I was thinking I had it. Thinking an hour behind.
I think they flexing on me, Chad. I think they flexing on me. They like, we finna go outside and get our day started. You finna.
It's cooking right now. What you mean? I'm starting to smell all kind of goodness up here.
I'm waiting for my wife to cook me lunch.
We just finished taking down the Christmas tree, and now she's warming up some stuff for us to eat. So, you know, and I did all that before I even got on this live with you. So.
I can't wait to get on that side of the world too, because I plan on visiting both the Philippines as well as Thailand. It's just that I got some business here that I got to get in order, and like hopefully like being in circles like this with very informed brothers like Ronan, K9, a lot of other brothers that's in this community, even you, Adam, because I'm sure you a treasure trove of knowledge when it comes to Thailand. I think that's gonna better equip me for the journey that I have ahead of me.
Well, I could talk about other countries as well, but it's been years. It's been a few years since I've been gone. It's probably been over. It's well over 20 years since last time I visited the Philippines. Things have
Mm.
changed since then.
I haven't been
So
there
I,
either one, so it's been over 40 years since I've been there. So So I've never been, but I look forward to going. Like say Thailand is one of my trips to where I'm going to show people how to utilize these points to do luxury travel. Like say when you see a person take an Emirates flight and they're eating caviar and drinking champagne in first class and they got a shower on the plane. I plan to utilize that and show people how I utilized it. So there's
I'm
that.
not. I'm not sure where the YouTuber went in Thailand, but he was visiting one of the islands there, and it was so many tourists there that the sewer system was backing up, and they was running the sewer water in the ocean, and there were you could. I'm not sure if they had a warning sign or not up above there, but you actually saw people swimming there where they was dumping the sewer water into the ocean.
Mm.
It was crazy.
Yeah, that sounds
So,
great. Don't sound appealing at all.
so if you do wherever you decide to visit, make sure you do your research and check other people's videos, see what they talk about that's good about it, and what they notice that was bad about that place, and decide whether you want to go or not.
Absolutely. I try to do extensive research before I actually get there, but being able
Yeah,
to actually converse with somebody, I think that's also add another level
I
of
think a
comfort.
lot. I think a lot of the holiday spots in Thailand right now are get overcrowded with tourists more than with the area can actually the amount of people the area can handle, and it stresses the system.
Yeah, I could believe it. I could believe it. So once again, guys, we're gonna pick this conversation up again tomorrow night. Do you guys have anything to say before we close out?
Thanks for having me on the panel. Thanks for the comments, and I'll leave it at that so you can go ahead and get offline.
I appreciate you, Adam, and it's always
I,
a pleasure having you on,
I,
man.
I just said that at least 4 or 5 times in the video.
And I didn't
Right.
say it a couple times myself. That's why I say I gotta be. But K9 bring up a good point of that. That's why I say I take all of that information in. He like when you're doing long lives, you get to like people. It's like an on and off ramp. People get to come in, check you out, and things of that nature, and then just exit. So I take a lot. I hear a lot of that. But Ronan, how about yourself? You got anything that you want to say before we close out?
No, I appreciate you allowing me to come on the panel as always. I always like to try to simulcast and get your channel out there as much as I can and promote you because I believe you're a positive brother, and I always try to encourage other people to follow other encouraging and positive people on the space. We got enough negativity going on out there. When I find a good positive channel, especially because it's daytime for me, a lot of people are asleep over there, but you're not. So, I'll get on, listen to you, or jump up on the panel from time to time and, try to encourage people to follow like-minded people,
That's a
I
fact.
can't
Well,
wait.
I appreciate
I can't wait until Charlie makes overseas work for him, where he can come overseas and don't have to necessarily travel back home as much and spend more time with that. And
But
then
I'm
I'm
going to
looking
check out
forward
because my lady did just yell at me and say, "Hey, food's ready." All right, I got to go.
to
bye
Well, you
bye.
brothers enjoy it, man.
All
I
right, see you
appreciate
later.
y'all.
Yes,
Y'all
sir.
have a blessed night.
All right, peace.
All right, y'all. This is Charlie Chan with Charlie Chan TV, man. If you still watching, man, don't forget to like and subscribe, man. Like I said, we're trying to build this community out a little bit more. I need to be a little bit more due diligent on, promoting the channel and things of that nature. So if you haven't liked or subscribed yet, please do both. And just know this is a place of common sense to where we can converse civilly and with some tact and with some class. So with that being said, man, this is Charlie Chan with Charlie Chan TV, and we are out. You guys have a blessed night.